7:14, and we call the meeting to order. I would like to start with the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'd like to introduce Representative Christine Perez, who's going to discuss a bill that she is sponsoring.
Okay, and the reason why I wanted to bring this to you is because I know there's a lot of misinformation going out there. And I first want to tell you that this was not put in because someone in Londonderry requested it. It was put in because I had over 15 different libraries requested when I said I had an interest in doing it.
I'm sorry, Christine.
I want to give you a little history. Libraries in New Hampshire
Christine.
began to be run by trustees.
Christine, she's
I'm
asking
sorry,
for your
just one
attention.
quick second. Do we have Christine on the phone?
Oh, no, I can
No.
do that, sorry.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
fine.
Christine's joining us by Zoom.
Should we call Helen too?
Yeah,
I
why
just
not?
won't tell Helen she's sick.
Okay.
She said that
So
she
let's-
wouldn't be attending. I mean, if you could call her if
I
you
will,
want, but
I will, but
go
yes.
ahead, I'm
Perez
sorry.
Okay.
speaking.
Libraries in New Hampshire began being run by trustees in the late 19th century. The New Hampshire Library Association was founded in 1889, and the library trustees first met on September 12th in 1890. Additionally, the New Hampshire State Legislature passed a law in 1849 that allowed towns to establish and maintain their own libraries, marking a significant step in the governance of libraries for the state. That being said, that was a long time ago, a long, long time ago. And what has happened from since then, this is when libraries were in the corner of the town hall. Now libraries have become big business. They are like, big budgets, lots of people. So I was asked to put in, and also the other problem is many of the small libraries in New Hampshire cannot get trustees to govern for the governance of their library. So that has been an issue too. So I was asked to put in a bill, and I did put it in, and I'll quote what it says. This is just adding to an amendment, an addendum to RSA 202A:2, and it reads, library trustees shall mean the governing board of the public library, except where the municipality adopts the provisions of RSA 202-A:26. New section, public libraries. Amend RSA 202-A by inserting after section 25 the following new section. So this would be 202-A:26. Adoption by a municipality. A municipality may, there's a big difference between may and shall, may, according to the provisions of RSA 39(3), elect to have the municipality's governing body assume control of the governance of the library. If a municipality's governing body assumes control of the library trustees shall serve as an advisory role to the governing body. Now, the key here is RSA 39(3), which means that there has to be a warrant article for this that has to be put in and elected on and voted on by the voters in the town. So the town councils or selectmen or mayors cannot arbitrarily say, we're going to take over the library. It has to be a warrant article, written application of 25 more registered voters or 2% of the registered. It has to go to the town council. They have to approve it. They can make minor changes to that, and then it has to be voted on by the town at their regular meeting. Yes.
So when you say, so does that mean every library in New Hampshire may not have this as part of their town because they need to do a warrant article?
No. Any town
Mm-hmm.
that wants to change over and have the trustees become advisory, much like our
Right, that's what I'm
Budget
saying, any town who wants to do it has to do a warrant article.
They do have to do a
Okay.
warrant article. It has to be voted on by the voters in the town. It cannot be done arbitrarily.
So, this bill has not come up yet for
It will
discussion
be,
floor?
it will come up for hearing in January.
January what?
I don't, we don't know. We have 1,000 bills. They haven't been
48
signed
hours
yet.
before.
So we won't be able to even do a warrant if that was the case till next fiscal year, am I
Next
correct?
fiscal year.
Okay.
And I'll be
And
happy
then
to
it would
give
have
you a
to wait
copy
for
of the
another
law that's mentioned. Did you happen to print out the law that's mentioned?
I did
in
not,
the-
but they probably have it access in their binders that I've given them. If it's a public library, if it's related to public libraries, it's in their binders, but I can certainly print
No,
it out.
this is the law that is referenced in the bill I'm putting.
I can certainly print it out and put it in their mailboxes.
Okay.
Yep, I have that now.
Because it's very specific. So, the reason why, twofold, why I was asked to bring this forward, and it was co-signed by multiple people, including one, I believe this bill has one of the senators on it, was
Which one?
because libraries, twofold, libraries are, small towns are having trouble with the governance of their libraries, getting people to run and be on it, and also larger libraries, much like ours, but more like Manchester, Concord, Dover, they are becoming big business, and they really felt that it needed HR, business people, and that type of thing. So that's why I was asked to put it forward.
Are we taking questions from the public?
I'll take questions from anybody as long as they're quick.
Can you explain what you mean by big business for an organization, an entity
Okay.
that's a non-profit? I would love to know what your understanding of big business
What
is.
I mean, it's become a big organization. It's not like the library in the corner of the town hall.
Right.
A lot of money is being put out. A lot of
Right.
money is being requested, and a lot of money is being.
But I think you
Right.
could say that to anything related to that has grown over time. Like town halls are larger than they used to be.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
But the town halls are run by the town.
Right, but I guess my questions and maybe argument in a sense is we're not a business. We don't make money. So what happens
Neither does the
to
town hall.
so what happens to would the fire department or the police who have are they considered businesses?
Probably the wrong term.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess
they're a
Town
big
hall isn't making
expense with
money,
the-
they're
I have-
administering the taxes that they raise and things like that.
You're-
I have
you're-
concerns
There's two
'cause
levels.
I have
Stop, let me explain.
Okay.
There's two levels of running things. There's the way the town runs things, and you're governed by a totally different governance here,
Mhm.
okay?
We know.
Which has worked beautifully for a long time. Maybe over the past 10 years, there's been some chit chat. This is not the first time a bill like this has come forward, okay?
When was the last time, do you know?
I don't know. I've only been there for 3 years, so.
Well, that doesn't matter, you're making reference to it, so I figured you might know.
No, I don't.
I see.
Also, who are the libraries that are asking you to do this? You said that you've been asked by multiple places. Who are they?
I don't have my list with me of libraries.
But you can't recall off the top of your head any of them?
A lot of the small libraries up north have asked me to do
Okay.
this.
Can you name them?
It's
My-
fine. You're missing the point of this. The point is, this is a bill that has been submitted to the state.
Oh, no, I don't think I'm
And
missing
this-
that point.
Okay, and this is a bill that will have a hearing.
Right.
Okay, this is a bill that will be voted on by the legislature, and this is a bill that will be voted on by the Senate. Whether it becomes law, whether it's signed by the governor or not, it is a May bill.
Sure,
This
so
isn't forcing
forgive us.
anyone to do anything.
But
I
forgive
just-
us,
excuse
Representative,
me.
well,
So
no, you'll understand, we're all from New Hampshire, we are all very naturally suspicious when government tries to get involved
Well, I'm
in our lives, and it seems like this is an opportunity for government
No,
to have
it's
more
an
overreach
no,
than it
it's
should.
not.
I just have
Which is
two
why I'm
questions.
asking
I just have two questions.
I raised
What-
my hand.
If you're worried about government getting involved, you need to look at the zoning laws that were passed.
Oh, really?
that
Oh,
are
different
different.
topic.
Start
Totally
with
different
that.
I
topic.
just
Come on.
go ahead, Nancy. You can go first.
So my question is, what is your end goal to this, Mrs.
To
Perez?
have this available to
No, I mean in
towns.
terms of overall results for the towns and libraries and
To have
patrons.
this another tool in their toolbox to have
For-
available.
for what?
That if they decide that it is, if the voters decide, not the town, if the voters decide that it is in their best interest, okay, to change how the libraries are run in their town, they have this as an option to try to do.
Is there wanting to make
Already
this a
an option?
state law, is
There's
what, if
not-
I'm
there's not
understanding
a
it, am
law.
I understanding that correctly?
What?
But your goal is to make this a state law.
To make it a state law that it is an option, this is a may, there's a big difference. This
Mhm.
is not saying the town shall. This
May
is
for their
saying the town may. Big, big, big difference. We have a
Oh,
lot
I
of
know, we had that
laws.
whole conversation about shall
So-
versus may a while
Right,
ago,
right,
so
right.
I
So
understand
I
that.
just have two questions. If it doesn't get passed by the voters, then there's no change and everything stays the same.
Absolutely.
So my other question is, why are you supporting this?
I'm supporting the option because I was asked to do that. I
But-
was also asked to put in a bill about oil tanks, and I was also asked to put in a bill about, I was
But-
asked to put in a lot
But
of bills.
I'm not asking about the other bills. I'm asking why you
I'm not,
would.
I'm not saying I support it or don't.
But then
support
why
it.
would you put your name to it if you don't support
Because
it?
I was asked to, you need to
Why
understand.
put a bill out if you're not gonna support it?
But I'm just trying to get understanding of reason why you would support it. What do you think is about this that would be important?
I think towns should have an option. I think towns should have an option. It doesn't work having a board of trustees running every single town. It's not
Do you
working.
think it works for this town?
I don't know what it works for this time. I know you have a lot of problems and, you know, you have a lot of arguments. I listened to it for 15 minutes. That's not my concern right
Maybe
now.
though it could be. Maybe you could have feedback for the people that are maybe not doing their board duties. Maybe that would be a great way to, represent the community.
I have a question. Are you or any of the co-sponsors, have you ever been part of the town council? Have any of you been library trustees? Because for me, it's interesting that you're supporting a bill like this.
I was never a school teacher either, but I asked to have the Constitution Day put in the schools.
That's
I
very
was-
different than this.
No,
this law. This is a little bit more
I was
invasive.
I never had an oil tank buried. I never built,
Alright.
I never
We're gonna go back to the
built
agenda.
a manufacturing place. But yet I'm putting in a bill that they have to have an environmental impact study prior to
Sorry, I
that.
gave you that.
Right. This bill
Because
is
I-
definitely
Deal the
very,
last
very, very different than
It's
that.
not
That
very
has
different.
very
It's
long-term
giving-
ramifications.
It's expensive.
They're not expensive.
Yeah, you
Well,
have
no,
to
this
pay the
was-
town to do it.
If we go with the town, if I understand the bill correctly, if the trustees fall under the town, we will no longer have a trustees account, and all those
I
donations
have
will
no
go to.
idea how.
Well,
it
that's,
will
that's,
be.
I think
You
that's
don't
something,
understand.
I'm not saying you have an idea, but I think that's something to think about
Well,
as
wait a
we
minute, wait a
present,
minute.
as you
Stop.
present
You
something
need
to
to know.
this.
I'll give you a perfect example.
Oh,
I'm
please
gonna
don't.
give you a perfect example that came up today, okay? A perfect example. A law was passed saying that we could raise the veterans' disability to $5,000. That was a law that was passed, okay? But did it say how the town would do it? Did it say when the town would do it? Did it say it said who was eligible? Laws are passed and then it's up to the town
Okay.
to put, so what happened with that is that went to a department that put criterias in, but probably not the right word, criterias, on how that law would be followed through. This is a law. Another law I put in is an environmental study before any manufacturing or storage facility over 50,000 square feet could be approved in a town, okay? If that passes, then it will be the town to decide how that is done. How do they want to have that done, okay?
And I think therein lies the challenge, Mrs. Perez, because I think a lot of laws are passed like that,
I
right?
agree.
And then, but you all don't think about drilling down to, what does that mean for the library? What does that mean for staff? What does that mean for the board of trustees? So.
What it means,
I'm not
I
finished.
had more meetings about this than any of the other bills I've
Well,
put
we
in.
never were invited.
Well, no, with other
Okay, then tell us
legislators,
which
with
we
the
were
other
asking you for
legislators.
this.
I didn't have to bring this to you to
But
discuss
wouldn't
it
it
with
have
you.
made
I
s-
didn't have to do that.
Wouldn't it have made sense to come to us and say, this is what I'm thinking about, what do y'all think?
Well, No, because I was asked by other legislators who have people
So
in
what?
their
But you
town.
represent our town.
Who cares?
I do represent our town, and trust me, it was asked by someone in this town.
And again, you can't even tell us who, when we
Because
ask.
it's not,
You can't tell us which libraries
Thank
are
you
asking
very much
for
for
this.
coming. We'd like to go back to our agenda.
someone in this library asked for it,
Thank
somebody
you.
in Derry asked for it,
Thank you.
lots of different
Where
places.
was this answer earlier when you said, oh, it's a bunch of small libraries?
And there were a
You're
bunch of
choosing
small
your
ones
answers.
up north.
Sherry, you wanna move
Please,
this?
please be prepared.
You guys keep going. We're gonna-
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Just giving
Christine,
information is all.
thank you for sharing that. That's something that we need to keep on the horizon and watch out
And
for.
watch for it to come
So
forward.
January, you said?
Anyone can go
No,
in
it's
to the
hearings.
hearings, they can talk for it or against it.
Let me correct you.
Sorry.
We will not know until the very 1st of January where
Oh.
our 1,000 bills, when they will have a hearing. Our 1,000 bills will have a hearing, okay? We won't know. We are the only state in the United States where every single bill that is put in has a hearing. So the bill about toenails gets a hearing, okay? We're the only state. Those bills will be assigned to different, I imagine this would be the municipality committee. That bill will be assigned. Once that bill is assigned for a hearing, it will be publicized. I will present the bill, okay? And then people have time to speak. You can come and speak. They usually give you 3 minutes. You have to sign on a thing and you say, you can send things in via email, pro, against, blah, blah, blah. Okay, once that happens, that committee owns this bill. I no longer own the bill. That committee owns that bill. They can change and do whatever they want to, okay, with it. They can amend it, they can scrap it, and then that committee, after the hearing, they have an executive session where they go through a bunch of bills, okay? And then they decide what they want to do with it. Do they want to make it inexpedient to legislature where it just dies in the committee? Do they want to do a study committee on it and hold on to it and do a study committee? Do they want to send it to, do they all vote in favor of it so it ends up on the consent calendar when it goes to the floor before the 400 of us? Do they want to have a debate on the floor? So say there's 17 people in the committee, maybe 9 voted for it, 8 didn't vote for it. So then it would go to the floor before the 400 people to have a debate on it. This is the way it starts, that's the way it goes. You have plenty of opportunity to come and talk to them.
Christine,
Is that
I'm sorry,
something-
Christine, could I ask you, once it gets put on the agenda,
To let
you
you all know, I'd be
in
happy to.
January, as soon as you
That was
know,
my question.
would
As
you
soon
let
as
us
I
know the
but I
date?
may only have a week's notice,
Yeah.
because the calendar comes out on a Thursday and tells us, and my committee, for example, meets the following Wednesday, okay? So I may not know weeks ahead of time,
But it should be about a week,
about a week,
okay?
at least.
Will you just send me an
promise I will
email
send
and
it
I'll
to you.
send out a blast notice of when the hearing is gonna be?
Yeah.
People can go up and speak for it or against it,
All right.
okay, and we'll follow
Or
up the process
perhaps,
of it.
listen, you can also go online and watch the hearing.
Yeah,
You know, you can go online and watch, and you can hear other people's pros and cons of it, okay? What I'm saying to you is don't kill the messenger, okay? I put in 6 bills that I was asked to put in by people. I was originally put a lot of education and a lot of children's bills. I backed away from those for this last half. I'm putting in environmental bills that have been asked for. I'm putting in a bill to add things to the different things, so don't kill the messenger.
One last question. If this passes and it demonstrates that it's actually going to end up costing taxpayers.
Then don't do it. Why would it cost? Wait a
So
minute.
let me finish my
Yeah.
question. My question to you would be, if you get the data and you look at it and you analyze it and you go, wow, this is going to end up costing taxpayers, would that change your support for this bill, Mrs. Perez?
This is not going to finance, this does not have a bill. that has any money attached
But
to it.
everything ends up costing us money, Mrs. Price, I'm sure you know that.
Then you need to take that up with the town council.
Well, then why would we do that when this is something that, again,
Because
you all
I
are,
don't own
you
this.
all are drilling down and going, this is gonna cost the taxpayers
Why
money.
is it gonna cost
Why?
money?
I don't know.
Why
We
would
don't
it
Because
cost?
we're doing this for free and you want us to pay somebody to do it.
No. Why are you saying this? It doesn't cost anything to put a warrant article on,
No,
to get
if
25,
the
let
town
me finish,
runs
Beth.
But, well, the warrant articles aren't written for it. It costs somebody something to print them.
Huh? Well,
It costs money to print them.
well, it's on the regular one, so there's gonna be one more to add to the 50 that we put on anyway.
Correct, one more.
Right, okay. But that doesn't cost any more money. And then as far as
I
the
wouldn't
town
do that.
taking over, I don't know what that would cost. Do you know what that would cost?
No, I don't.
Would it
Which is-
cost
which is
anything?
Which is foolish, why would you do that?
Yeah.
You don't
Why would you-
understand, they don't understand, you just don't understand.
You're right, I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
So you
I
need to
don't.
come and you need to find out how the laws in the state of New Hampshire run.
Oh, I
You
don't
need to
think
understand.
that's the
That's
issue.
the-
Yeah.
I think,
We all pass civics. We
I
all
wanna,
pass-
I wanna just say one thing, okay, in Christine's defense. Seriously, there are a lot of little towns out there that
We're talking about
they,
this.
they can't find anyone to serve on the board of trustees. Who steps in? It's gotta be the town. So
Right.
those particular towns
May
have
wanna
a
do
problem.
this.
They're looking to legitimize their solution that's already being done,
Right.
okay? And that's all I wanna
And
say.
you know, I make $100 a year and I average 30 hours a
gotta-
week, so don't say that you don't
we
make it.
gotta
I
wrap it
get
up.
it, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
I get it.
Christine, thank you so much for
I
sharing
didn't
that.
have to bring this to you.
I know,
I
but
Yes.
have
still
to bring
here.
it.
Thank you for sharing it.
7:36, thank you.
And please do keep, in touch
I
with me,
will
let
let
me
you
know
know.
when it comes
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay. All right. The first thing then is the bylaws. The reason I put it on is because over the past actually a couple of months, but at different times, there's been different sets of the bylaws that have been put up. And so we have a problem not the staff, but we have a problem in the way we're versioning things and the way they're confused, what do we put up? Which ones do you want? Go ahead.
I mean, speaking to that, what
Yes.
you just said, we can also go into, I would like to say that the multiple versions that are out there for any policies that you are reviewing, we have and it was clear tonight, we have no idea which one we're supposed to be looking at to review. And I think I could potentially, I don't know if other trustees feel the same way, but the staff, Dawn and I, who have to prepare these packets and this information, who was sent incorrect information today by you, which in that email, it is very confusing to us which policy we're supposed to be bringing to a meeting, and tonight was that example. So I would say that this process has been extremely frustrating because there are often times where we're going, which version are they looking at? They say it's the bylaws. We didn't get a copy of the bylaws until today that you wanted for this agenda. We had no idea which version you guys are talking about. And so we don't even have an opportunity to review it ourselves to even give input. And I don't know if the other board members feel that way, but I hope that it sounds like you're speaking to a solution to that.
Yes,
And I hope that that's the
we're gonna
case.
set up a versioning system where we keep track of it, the date it was, the day that it was voted on, and,
And where is that
accepted.
system gonna be? Where is that where are those versions gonna live, I guess you could say?
The versions themselves, we'll keep a database, but the versions will be posted with the dates, okay? So that we know version 17 of the bylaws is what we're talking about.
Okay, but is
That
this
was
database gonna
accepted
be
on-
accessible to trustees, future trustees?
Yes, yeah, it'll
Okay.
be a common shared database.
Okay,
Okay, and it'll be something that we have to update, but that you also have access, so you'll be able to get
That would be very
the
helpful.
version.
Yep.
Absolutely.
okay.
And the other thing is, on this one right here, it was accepted on 10/8/25. Okay, so it's already been voted on and accepted during the meeting. And that's the one, if you recall, Nancy, that we talked about, let's have Hannah look at this. She looked at it and she said, she didn't see any objections.
Correct.
So we went with the one we had already voted on,
But Liz,
okay?
this is what you had them print out tonight?
We're not even talking
No,
about
we're talking
that.
about the bylaws.
The
Oh, sorry.
bylaws, we're
I'm
on the
just-
bylaws.
yes. While we're talking about many copies, you have written adopted December 25. Like, we've got to stop doing this. This is like, it's not adopted. Today's
Okay,
December 3rd.
thank you. But, yeah, we're talking
Crazy.
bylaws, okay? Jan?
Yes, I've kind of raised this before. We need to have some kind of trustee page so that the public can go and look at specific individual documents instead of having to find the minutes or the proposed minutes with the attached packet of 100 and whatever pages. We should be able to have personnel policy, here it is. Bylaw policy, here it is, whatever, yes.
So that page already exists on the website, under the trustee page, under our page, under, it's not under the trustee page, but there is a policies page that lists all the current policies
Okay.
that have been accepted by the board.
Okay.
Or there's forms, there's policies, I think those are the two main sections.
But in other towns, there actually are trustee pages that are specific information that the trustee wished to put out, and here's the documents that they are currently using and are currently, it's a separate
So,
page.
can I just for reference sake, sorry, let me just go to
And this is on the web, you're saying?
So this is
anyone
on the
can-
web, it's
yeah.
on our website,
Okay.
there is a Board of Trustees page right here,
Yeah.
and then there is also
Okay, could you click on that, please?
Okay. So in this, there's the bylaws is right there, which I don't even know what version that is, to be honest.
Okay.
And then there's the recent agendas and minutes, and then there's all listing of the
Okay.
members.
So what I'm suggesting is that orange area could be filled with specific things that are coming up or that are the information that's coming up, other than just, the minutes that are elsewhere. I've read it.
But
Okay.
the agenda has that when we post the agenda.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is if someone's going over to, and they wanna print out the personnel policy, they have to dig through the agenda to find, it's page 62 to 73 that I need to print out, or if it was just, here's the personnel policy that's coming up for a vote, I can print that out and take a look at it. So,
Aaron,
just
this
so
is
for me-
something.
I'm just,
sorry.
I'm just asking
have-
to have
okay.
that as a option. Since
We have a page, it's available.
Trying to make
We'll
it more
work with the
handy.
staff so that we get something that works for everyone, okay?
I just don't wanna duplicate work that we're already
No,
doing.
we
That's
have
what
a
I'm trying
page.
to avoid.
If we all have access to it, the public has access to it, we'll keep the most recent documents updated. Right, on that page, we'll say what version it is, we'll set a version in the date of acceptance and stuff, okay? So that so it's very clear,
Okay.
okay?
So those are documents that are almost like works in progress, or are those documents that have been accepted?
No, should be accepted documents so that people know to
So
go to.
those are on our library policies and forms
Website
page.
already.
But
Why are we
This is
recreating the
not
wheel here?
what we should be spending our time on tonight. We have a lot to do.
Because we do have the personnel policy on this page. I understand it's not this one, this is the one that is the most current and active, but that's on the policies page.
no, it's not the most current
Okay,
active.
we'll
We
work
wanted to,
again, we'll
but
work
that's okay.
together. We just wanna make sure that this copy of the bylaws is posted, okay, the current bylaws.
Yes, the 1028,
Okay.
the 10-8.
I want to understand what you're saying. It just feels like we're duplicating some things, but let's.
It hasn't happened, I just was asking if we could,
I'm happy to explore it. I just feel the conversation feels like we're duplicating work.
Okay.
But if it's not, then that's fine. We can
Okay.
do it.
So-
The takeaway for you tonight, okay, is only that, make sure that this is the current copy that's up on the web, okay? That's the current takeaway for you for tonight.
After it gets
We'll work
approved,
with-
we can.
This
certainly-
It's already been approved. It
Yeah,
was approved
10/8.
on 10/8/25. It's been approved.
It's
We-
not in the minutes as approved.
It's not. in
Well,
the-
it may not have gotten the minutes. Nancy confirmed it's approved. I confirmed it's approved.
It's not.
So
It's not.
that's fine. But the version that I have on the website now, under the trustees page, It was it has a revised date of June 4th, 2025.
Yes, and
So,
This one's been there.
was revised October 8th, and it was approved on October 8th.
No, we're going
Okay, well, and then I would ask that whoever has this version, it needs to be sent not as a draft to me, so that we can post it on the website. Because anything that posts on the website shouldn't be a draft.
Yeah, it
should be
shouldn't say draft,
Right,
yes.
so it just would need some updates before we can post it.
You have that, you can remove it.
I don't have it.
You don't have the hard copy of this one?
I do not. I have a hard copy of this.
Christine? Is Christine there?
She should be.
Oh, Christine, I believe that you forwarded to me the Londonderry Leach Library Board of Trustees bylaws. That was October 19th, it was accepted 10/8/25, and it said draft. Did that not come from you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, can you just remove the word draft and forward it to Erin?
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
Donna?
Madam Chair, that was not accepted on October 8th, and I know that because if it was, I would not be here working tonight.
Yep.
Because the bylaws.
No, you're
the
working here
I'm
tonight
not
because the
finished.
wrong
Excuse
version
me.
was up there.
I'm not finished. The bylaws, the one you think were adopted already, does not include that the assistant director would be attending your meetings. And we had a longer conversation about that. And you told me I should be here tonight, and you paused on
And the
adopting
reason
that.
was-
And then last meeting in November, it was also tabled again because they weren't posted for 10 days prior to approval. So that is where we're at. They have
Madam
not
Chair?
been approved.
Madam Chair, since this is a Board of Directors meeting.
Yep.
Okay, going back to a previous version of the bylaws that was, revised on 6/4, the statement that, Assistant Director is, making, reference to, it says, under Article 3, Section 1, Regular Meetings, 1.3, Library Director shall attend except during non-public session. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about anybody else. It just says the Library Director shall attend except during non-public sessions. And that was back in June. So it's not been just, it was on, it was off, it was whatever. This version gives the chair the ability to invite other people to come, but it was there in June.
It's been in policy. All we did is put that other explanation. All other all other staff will be there only upon
Request.
request.
Mhm.
Do you have something new to add to that?
Yes, I'd like to ask, why am I here working tonight?
I don't know.
Because
The reason why, when I looked at the bylaws that were on the web last week, okay, it was not this version. So the bylaws that were posted, I said, we'll let you stay, come one more day until we can clarify and correct this. And that's
I don't
why.
think that's the case.
It's
No,
not
But
the case.
well-
you don't have minutes posted
You're
for
perfectly
October 8th,
correct,
so
Donna.
I can't go and look them up either to prove it. So unless I go back and watch the meeting,
I
I
think-
have no way to prove
I
that.
think with all due respect, Madam Chair, this has been the frustration of the many different versions that exist. Creates a lot of confusion with staff, myself, Donna included, and I'm potentially trustees at this point with what we're looking at and what's been discussed. The minutes are not up there, so we can't even reference them. Now we have it seems like you looked at a bylaw that had a different date than the one that's in front of us. It's very confusing,
Mm-hmm.
and I think some clarity and some kind of restart would be very helpful.
Madam
Okay.
Chair?
Yeah.
I proposed I think I sent it to you about a month ago, but I will look up what the send date was. A naming plan to talk about how we name the documents as far as saving them and how we also label them in the document. And what I had suggested was doing it by the year first, and then either BOT if it was the Board of Trustees that wrote it, or LIB if it was the library that generated it, and then a 3 or 4 letter, the initials of the person who has the copy, four letters about what it is, and then the date that it is going to be on the meeting. If we went that, and then that was put on the bottom of the document in the footer, then they would match up, and we know we go to 2025, it's a Board of Trustees, and it's the following document. And Jan was the one who was in charge of writing it, or Nancy was the one who was in charge of updating it, or whatever. So we'd know exactly where it is by the way it's documented in the document.
That's a solution going forward.
Correct.
Today,
it's not a.
Today, this is an accepted document
Oh, yeah.
that we need to get posted.
Hold on.
Okay?
On November 3rd, I'll check the date, I had taken the minutes in an old business under bylaws approval vote. It was reported, concerns were raised once again that voting in the current draft bylaws would prohibit the assistant director or other department heads from assisting the director in representing the needs and concerns of the library during trustee proceedings, resulting in significantly less informed decision-making on the part of the board. Beth Morocco made a motion to table the discussion or the adoption of the draft bylaws until the next meeting to allow for full board discussion. And that was seconded by Helen, and the motion carried 3-2-0. And so we still have to have a discussion because we have no set plan on what Donna's role will be yet. If we dismiss her from this proceeding in the future, we are dismissing all of her information, all of her contributions, and so we can't proceed until we know what's her role going to be.
Jim?
Since for at least 5 months, the discussion has already been a moot
I mean,
point.
we're not gonna defer it anymore,
That,
period.
So, you know, I would assume that Donna's position, Donna's, it's not gonna change. She's gonna give information to Erin, and Erin's gonna bring those forward. She's just not going to be present
For when
at
we
the
need the
meeting.
information.
We have 2 board members here who composed the document. Recall it being accepted,
No,
okay?
it's not voted in yet. It's just a draft.
It's just a draft, and it's not reflected in the minutes.
At a board meeting, when we got back in November,
And what
okay?
was the whole
In
conversation?
November, when we met and we discussed the personnel policy and the changes, and then we talked about the bylaws, the question to me was, what did the lawyer say about the bylaws? And the answer was that she saw no problem, and so at that point, we said we accept those bylaws.
No, we did not.
Madam Director, Madam Chair, I vote that we move on and look at the personnel policy, and we'll have to research the minutes about the acceptance of that.
Or we can vote to accept this, we have a board,
We
we have
need
a
to
quorum.
decide
do
what
that.
Donna's role will be.
We don't have to decide that.
Donna has a current role. She's the assistant director. When Erin's not available, Donna comes into the meeting. That is her role.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. We need to move on, so let's hurry.
So, can I just add something? I'm going through my old notes, and on October 8th, we did review the bylaws. I remember going over the changes we had, and Donna had suggested just attaching the documents, and everyone agreed that we would attach the actual RSAs to the end of the document. And everyone was fine with that, and then it was approved at that point.
They're not.
But it wasn't a full voted on a document yet, because it's still in draft form if we were attaching things to it. You can't vote on a document
second. Wait a second.
unless it's complete.
Wait, excuse me. That's true. I'm sorry I've interrupted you. But the RSAs, there is a section of RSAs, starts on page 30. No, page 10. Why does it say 30 here? I don't know. Page 10. Nope. There it is. It starts on page 8 of this current packet from tonight. It says revised 10.8, which is what Christine was saying, and it does say that in the document.
Right, it's a revision, right, it's a draft.
Okay, just
Okay.
hold on. All of the RSAs, specific RSAs as they're addressed, are there from page 8 through the end, which is 18. So there's 10 pages of RSAs attached.
The
So-
question is, did we vote for it or not?
No.
Right now, I propose that we vote for it. We have reviewed this. Every single board member has sat down with the board and gone through this whole thing. The only objection was, let's have Hannah check it out. Hannah checked it out. She said there is no problem. Also, Erin said we need to now reference the RSAs. Those were added. Okay, we've hit every guideline that people have
Madam
asked
Chair,
for.
I make a motion
Go ahead.
that we accept again the Board of Trustees bylaws labeled in this document that was on the website 10/8/2025 as the revised date, and that we put a approved or disapproved, whatever, if at that point, mark it up as to what date it was approved. I make a motion.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. I second the motion. Okay?
I think you're gonna have to repeat that.
Okay.
I'm
I make a
sorry.
motion.
She's accepting these
I make
as
a
the
motion that
current.
we accept this version as of today. We accept this version, which is revised as of 10/8/2025. There's debate about whether it was voted on or not at that time. So let us re-vote on this and say this is the version that we are going to have.
Okay, so essentially, just to sum
I
up,
vote on this.
we're voting today on the October 8th version.
Right, correct.
Okay.
And I second it. Okay? Maura?
No
Yes.
discussion.
Yeah,
You
you
can
can
have discussion.
Okay.
No.
Now discussion.
Liz,
What?
Donna.
Donna?
So my question is, does my job description says I attend Board of Trustees meetings. Do I revise that, or does that need to be presented to the board?
The board will revise that. Okay?
So it needs to be presented to the board. And as of the next regular meeting, I am not attending, correct?
That's correct.
And if I am to be
Unless Erin's absent.
if I am to be invited by the chair
Yeah.
or someone acting as chair, how much notice am I going to be given?
I guess it depends on, I mean, if Erin knows in advance she's not available, you would get the notice.
No, I'm asking if you're going to invite me in addition to Erin. What notice are you going to give me?
Madam Chair, the
Yes.
agenda only has to be up 24 hours before the meeting.
24 hours.
I personally cannot accommodate a
No,
24-hour
okay.
notice.
I do not,
I find
That's
that
what's
extremely
required by the
disrespectful.
Well,
If you're asking me to not plan ahead as I am right now, I need a week at least to make changes to my schedule.
Okay.
I come in late so that you don't have to have more admin time for me for attending these. So it's extremely unfair to ask me 24 hours ahead of time to change my work schedule, never mind my personal schedule.
if you're not available, then we'd have Megan come in.
She also has the same boss.
She would also deserve more than 24 hours
Okay,
notice.
I'm just saying that the way that.
Okay, then we don't have a member of the staff.
By the
okay?
RSA, it says that the agendas have to be up at least 24 hours
But
ahead
we're
of
not
time.
talking about.
And
But
it's,
we've also, this
and
board
what it
has
says also
asked-
is that the director should be at the meeting.
and the board
It
has
doesn't
also
say
asked,
shall
It's
or
a may,
must.
it's a may.
the board has also asked that you present all documents 10 days in advance. So why would I not be given the same courtesy? That's my question. Will I be given 10 days in advance, just like
You are
documents?
not, I will not know if you're acting director that day, that's when you would be
That's
coming.
different. That's if I need to fill in for Erin. I'm asking if you're inviting me to share information with you and Erin is also present.
Okay,
What notice
no.
will I be given?
You would be given at least 10 days.
Okay.
You'll be given
Thank you.
10 days if, exactly, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. You're saying if we wanna bring you in to share information,
Yes.
you should be given 10 days.
But Madam Chair, that's
Okay.
not directly addressed in this vote, so we need.
No, it's not,
So
no.
that's an administrative thing,
That's,
and that's
and
fine,
I said
you
she
can
should
come up
be,
with an
yes.
administrative thing for that, but right now we're trying to collect,
Let's
information on the
continue.
board.
Okay, so,
The bylaws.
okay, does anyone else have any other discussion? Beth, go ahead.
Keep calling this place a business, but you don't run it even like a business. Not even
Do
like
you
a
have something
badly
to
performed
say,
business.
do you have something to say
Yes.
directly about any
Yes.
particular
Could I
thing
finish my
within here?
sentence?
No, we're not talking about theoretical things.
No, it's
We're
not
talking about
theoretical.
what's your objection within this document?
That it's poorly written. And we're rushing it again.
We already had it reviewed by the lawyer at Nancy's request, and the lawyer did say there is no problem. So
I have a
I'm gonna
problem
call the
with it,
vote. I'm calling the vote. Maura?
Maura Ryan, yes.
Christine?
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes?
Liz Thomas, yes.
You can change this as need be, correct?
Mhm.
This
I'm
is a
sorry.
living, this is a
Yes.
living document.
With
Yeah.
10-day,
Yeah.
with 10-day
Nancy
printing.
Hendricks, yes.
Definitely not gonna.
I'm sorry, no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Vote pass. Okay, let's get on to the personnel policy now, please. Yes?
I am a board member, right? I just
Yes,
wanna
no,
make
I
sure.
said
Okay.
yes, Beth, I did ask
I
you.
wanna put it into public record because the cameras were not running before, but on November 27th, when Donna asked for you to forward a copy of the personnel draft to her so that she could share it out with the library staff so that they could figure out how it would be impacting them, you emailed her on the 27th of November and said the personnel policy will be postponed until at least January. I'll send out a new agenda tonight or tomorrow, Liz. So we should not be discussing the personnel policy. We discussed as a board that we would not be discussing the personnel policy, and yet you decided at the last minute to put it on the agenda. So I just want that to be on the official public record.
Okay, thank you for adding that. Donna, this has been on the web that has been available to the staff for a while now.
Are you sure you're reading minutes on that too?
May I speak?
Yes, I'm addressing you. yeah.
Okay, I asked today why the staff, I asked you to send it to the staff because they were asking what version you were discussing tonight. And you told me you were putting it off until January, so they did not look at anything or prepare anything for tonight because you said you were putting it off until at least January. And there are a lot of staff concerns about this document.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been, you've told me face to face in my office that you were going to speak and involve the staff in this because it directly affects them. And there has been none of that. And now you're like strong arming us into a vote tonight without them even knowing about it.
The staff, through Nick, I believe, requested that they sit down and discuss and recreate this, okay? I explained to him at the time, the board actually creates the policies, the staff enacts the policies.
That's
okay?
true, but we asked as a courtesy for you to care about the fact that this is directly impacting staff's livelihood. And there has been no gesture to do so.
This was presented And we were going to vote on it back in, hang on, I'm gonna get back in, I believe it was August, okay?
June and
And the
August.
objection was that we did not have
September.
an employment lawyer look at this. The employment lawyer looked at this, revised the whole thing, made some drastic, I'm not gonna say they weren't drastic changes, okay? It was then presented to a committee of Nancy, Jan, and Helen, and they put together this document, exactly like this, based on the recommendations of our lawyer.
I understand,
Okay.
but no one has been willing to answer the staff's questions about why this is happening and what you're going to do to replace what they've lost. You've not been willing to answer that question at all.
First of all, some of the things in here are not even supported by law, okay?
You told us that they only are supported by law and that's why they were changed.
And we asked for documentation on that, and we have not seen it. I get that you're saying that was posted online, that's
Yeah.
fine, there's no argument that. What we're concerned about is that we have our staff, my staff, Donna's staff, your staff, are very concerned about the things in this policy, and we are not why would you not ask us for input or discussion? Why? Why would you put forth a document without any of our input or how it affects us? I don't understand what the fear is, just hearing the staff out on what their concerns are.
Madam Chair, I think that's actually a fair question, and I would like someone to answer that.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I thought you had finished answering.
No,
Sorry.
no, I'm waiting for someone to answer that question, because multiple people have asked that, including me. Why, even our attorney has recommended that if you're going to make dramatic changes to personnel policy, that it's best practice to invite your staff and have input at the very least, which we have not done. So I would like someone to answer that question. Why haven't we invited, even in our subcommittee, why haven't we invited our employees that are concerned? These people work for us, and they're expressing a concern, and we're not addressing it, Madam Chair. So I want an answer to that question. And before you even go on, I would like someone to answer that
referenced the
The
question.
answer
attorney's
is
meeting
that
that I-
when we discuss this now, I think that'll be very clear, okay? And the thing is, when we discuss it, we all have a vote, everyone can vote for it, okay, or against it. But we need to get through it, okay?
But that still isn't answering the question.
May I say something?
I've had my hand
Go
up,
ahead,
so I
Christine,
don't know
I'm
what-
sorry. Christine, go ahead, please join.
The first time when the personnel policy was revised, Nancy was on that subcommittee, and I have a question for her. Did she invite any of the employees to get their input to the changes that were made?
I did not.
So second of all, the town, I'm sure, does not ask the employees their permission to change the personnel policy. I don't
That-
know one business or organization that asks permission to make changes to personnel policy.
Well, I happen to work for a company that whenever we make changes to any of our policies that pertain to personnel, Christine, that it always goes to the employees for personnel input. So I don't know what kind of companies you're referring to. But my question is, again, why aren't we talking with our staff? The attorney has recommended that we do that.
What is the harm?
What are we
We're not
afraid
gonna
of?
postpone it any
What
further,
are we
that's
afraid
not.
of?
But with all due respect, you're not answering the question. Why wouldn't you
We
include my
paid
staff?
money because we were ready to vote on this, and we paid money, and we ended up getting a product that was even less probably, I thought that the one we had written originally had more, offered more for the employees.
Liz, just
Okay.
because a lawyer makes recommendations that are not related to law does not mean you have to accept them.
And
She
she
didn't
and
recommend
she
that
made
you
that
do
What,
clear. That's
what,
a board
it
vote.
does not mean you have to accept them. If these are referencing true laws, then that's fine. Let's reference those laws and put that in the policy as well. What I still don't understand is why wouldn't you even entertain the idea of input from staff regarding, you understand the changes in this policy will dramatically affect the lives of my staff. Dramatically. So why wouldn't you just even reach out and say, what are your thoughts? Just to even entertain them. What is the harm in that?
Again, go ahead, Jan.
Beth stands up,
go
hold
ahead.
on.
A week ago, you were advised not to touch this, and you agreed. For the sake of public record, I'm going to read what Budget Committee member Kate Burbidge sent to the board. I'm going to read out loud because I don't know if anybody's read it. She greets us for Happy Thanksgiving and says, in reviewing the agenda items for today's meeting, I wanted to point out something in the updated personnel policy from the November 5th agenda attachment that will be voted on tonight. The language, the availability of merit increases will be determined by the Board of Trustees based on budgetary and funding conditions, does not allow for the inclusion of merit raises or cost of living raises to be in the default budget. In order for something to be included in the default budget, it needs to be a contractual obligation or considered to be contractual in nature, like a personnel policy example, and be specific enough to calculate a value. The above statement is not enough to make the salary increases, both merit and cost of living, included in the default budget. That means in the event of a default budget is passed, the library staff will not get any increase in salary or wages for that fiscal year. The section on cost of living increases seems to have been removed in its entirety as well. I'm pointing this out in the hopes that the language has changed from the November 5th draft. If it has not, I would like the italicized language below to be considered in tonight's meeting in lieu of the above statement, as it would allow for a salary and wage increase to be included in the default budget. She suggests that we write, cost of living increases for wages and salaries will be given to all staff. The cost of living increase will be calculated using the annualized CPI-U percentage released in July for that fiscal year. In the event the annualized CPI-U percentage is negative, no cost of living increases will be given for that year. Merit increases will be given to staff based on performance with a maximum merit increase of 3.5%. So there's some information. It's a really good information. She's brilliant.
So,
We can make we can make changes. This does not have the 10-day requirement that the bylaws has. One of the suggestions was made to make sure that we have anything that might be changing, that we have when it would be effective. Like if the merit section is gone, which it is gone in this document, then it's just alluded to as Beth had talked to it. It's more an alluding than here's all the different things. But we can put that the merit or the vacation changes or whatever the changes are, to put a date as to when that is effective, when the change is effective. So in other words, does this start?
That's the plan during our
Does this start September, July 1st, 2026, which is the next fiscal year? I assume that's when it would start, so that anybody who has not yet had their performance review would, in this cycle, would have their performance review still completed, because we've done the first part of the year. The second part of the year still has to happen.
The plan is to add that information in here.
Okay.
We're not voting on this document as is. We're gonna vote on each section.
We can
make adjustments, yes. Go, Laura, no, Laura.
So I just had a couple of questions on a couple of things, if I can ask a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Under section 1 purpose, why is why are two sentences underlined?
Okay, 1 minute. We're going to go section by section, so when we get to each section, you can add the questions.
Okay,
Okay.
and are you going to add any context to the COLA and merit? Like, do you have a prepared statement or something? No?
Well,
As far as what the intent is?
That's,
there was one
that
done
is
by
for
Pete Burbidge.
the board to discuss tonight,
Okay.
okay? So, because basically I want to qualify each one of those, okay?
Okay.
All right. Erin?
Madam Chair, I would still like an answer to my question. Why isn't my staff being considered for input to this policy?
I guess you keep asking the same question,
Because
okay?
I'm not getting an answer.
Okay,
With all due
let's
respect,
get
I'm
through
just-
this, okay,
But
because,
I'd like to-
wait,
I'd like
1
to
minute,
answer
stop.
my question.
I'm done. Conversation is done. We're going through this. We've gone through this since January.
But you haven't answered my question. Your intent tonight is to vote on this document, am I correct?
Yes, and I'm
But you're-
hoping that when they see what we change and how we change it, that they understand.
But why wouldn't you have reached out for input prior to that so that you can include their suggestions in the discussion?
Madam Chair?
Jan?
My understanding is there has been nothing that would prohibit you from having a roundtable with your staff or the staff from having a roundtable with each other about it and proposing anything. So that is also something that can happen. And I've said before, I'm here on Fridays. I do have, the banking stuff to do on Fridays, but I would be happy to speak with people, but I'm only one person.
But I don't.
Again, this is a living document.
I understand
Okay.
that, but it's a living document that affects
You're never
my
gonna
staff.
understand what I'm telling you, because I'm telling you, we have the legal, we had a lawyer draft this, okay?
Okay.
But we'll-
Now
yeah.
you don't agree with the lawyer,
I'm not,
okay?
that is not what I said. What I'm asking the board is please, this is a document that does not affect you. This affects my staff, our staff, your staff that work here. This affects them every single day. I would think that the board, for advocates of my staff and this building and what we do, would want their input. Now you say that Jan, that people can talk to you on Fridays.
Mhm.
I personally don't think that's appropriate. I think that those suggestions should be brought to the board as a whole and discussed as a board so that there can be an understanding and a good solid discussion and agreement or disagreement, whatever that may look like. I just don't understand it seems that there is a fear to get feedback from staff, whether you agree with it or want to put it.
Could you agree with me, could you or Donna or any of your administrative folks had a roundtable discussion about this with staff members?
No,
Is
we
that
didn't.
possible? Is that possible
No,
that you
because-
could have had that?
No,
Yes.
we have to close the library because we all work different schedules.
Well, you have board meetings when you have.
And the
well,
library's
when
open.
you have your
The
having.
library's open, you're already
okay,
excluding staff from
But
upstairs
okay, I'm
working.
just saying, there's never a good solution.
There is,
That-
if you invited us to participate.
But that wouldn't encompass everybody. I'm
You
just
could if
saying,
you wrote to
you
us.
could
You
have,
could have written to all of us.
excuse me, you could have had a discussion that doesn't require us to lead the discussion.
Okay, this.
All right,
May I?
1 minute. You know what? I think we've had enough discussion on this.
Let's
Well, all
go
we're
Through the
talking-
document.
All we're talking about is going through this document, okay? At this point, we are going to go through this
Liz, I wanna make a
document.
motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we remember that the budget is actually due. We're supposed to have those cuts prepared. And that we should table this discussion, which a few days ago, it was the plan to talk about this at least in January, maybe even later. But the budget is actually what's due. We as a board have a real problem with time management. We know that's a priority. So instead of going line by line, which
We're
is
not-
exactly
Okay.
what we were
Make a motion.
I would like a motion that we table this discussion and we prioritize the budget, because that is what we should be doing at whatever hour this is.
Do we have a
evening.
second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Maura, roll call.
Laura, Ryan, I actually would like to discuss this. I'm gonna say no. I actually do wanna have some discussion on it.
But later. you could.
Christine,
No.
Jan,
Jan McLaughlin, no.
Liz Thomas, no.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes. We could have done this later. We could have just switched the order, is what I was saying.
Okay, let's start going through the document, okay?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion that we move this after the budget discussion so that we can do the budget discussion and get that done, and then go back to the financial and
I have a problem with this.
personnel policy.
If we choose to do that, the board can walk out and we'll never get through this.
We gotta
Okay.
get the budget done. That's due on Monday.
I would second that because the budget is due on Monday.
That's when they need to, that's when we talk about it. They need it before that.
$50,000 cut.
They need
That
it
isn't gonna
before
happen
that
just
so they
like
can
that.
review it.
This,
We're
we
gonna
don't
talk
have
about
this
it
kind
on
of a
Monday.
deadline. I know you wanna get this done. So do I. You're right. We've been dilly-dallying around with this for months.
Will you
and I
stay here and
understand that.
finish
Oh,
with
yes,
this?
ma'am, I will.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Beth, will you stay here and
Sure.
finish this?
Okay.
I am always here. I live here.
Okay, you have a motion?
I seconded her
Roll
motion.
call?
Maura Ryan, yes.
Christine?
Steve Fitzgerald, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes?
Liz Thomas, yes.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Okay, we're gonna table this for
We're
Later.
not
later
tabling
on
it, we're just
tonight.
moving it.
And we're going to now go, we have a couple of proposals. Okay, I'm sure Erin has a proposal, and I know Jan has a proposal, okay? So let's start with, Erin, would you like to start with what your proposal for cutting?
Sure. So it is my understanding that the town council, and the budget committee, I think it's the budget committee, and Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a request to cut our budget, our FY '27 budget by $51,000. That is a huge cut for us. I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but, at that request, we'll have to do that. So we have to present our cuts to the town council on Monday, which I plan to be there to do that. And I have to submit any of our cuts to finance and town manager tomorrow.
Okay,
With that
yep.
understanding, so they have time to put it in the slides. So my suggested cuts are, keep in mind, I don't want these cuts.
Yeah, no,
I do not want this at
Yeah.
all. This is a recommendation I'm making with and this is also gonna sound weird, the least hurting to the library.
yes, no, that's
Any of these
yeah.
cuts will hurt the library,
Yeah.
but I feel that my hands are tied and I have to make a decision. And this is the example that I'm bringing to the board.
Okay.
First one is to cut our admin time. So that would be for our full-timers, that would be Donna and I. We would not be earning any, so as you know, if we earn enough admin time, we can cash it out. This would remove that cash out option. I know it's gonna be discussed in the policy, so we can discuss how to make the difference for that, but this would cut admin time for Donna and myself, and that would be a total of approximately $6,668.83. I can repeat that number if you need.
Yes, yeah.
$6,668.83.
Liz, would you like me to contextualize the reason why this cuts are happening? Because I know Erin said that she wasn't sure, it was unclear why that was happening. Ron Dunn directed Sean Mulholland to eliminate $400,000 from the overall town budget, and he directed the departments to then cut X amount of dollars. The library was given the amount of $51,000 out of the $400,000 that he cut. So.
Okay, thank you
You're
that's good information.
You're welcome.
Hang on for a minute. Jen, you got a question?
Well, I just, this $6,668.83, that only covers you and Donna.
No one else earns the admin time.
No one else earns
Gets
admin
paid
time.
out for admin time.
Okay, does anybody else earn admin time?
Jennifer and Megan are allowed to
Okay,
earn
so
that
what
admin
amount
time.
would be, involved?
They have
to
never
add that in?
cashed out. They don't earn enough to cash
Okay.
out because they don't attend these meetings like we do.
Okay.
And they're not here till midnight.
No, my understanding is you don't cash out either. You
I have not in the past.
Yeah.
It's not to say
It's
that I
a
couldn't, but
possibility.
it's, cause
Okay.
but I have every right to and Donna has every right to
Yeah.
according to the policy right now.
Okay,
So this would remove that
I
option.
believe it's 60, so you're basing it on, I think it's at 60 hours you can cash out, right?
Yes.
And you're basing it on your salary times 60 hours. So that amount would equal, the two of you would be available to $6,668. Okay, that makes sense, okay.
Okay,
You
the
wanna go
next
to the
cut,
next slide?
would be to cut the part-time children's librarian position. That's a $33,559.16 for the actual position.
I'm sorry, can you?
$33,559.16. And then you add in that FICA, which is $2,080.67, and Medicare, which is $486.61.
Could you repeat the
Kate,
number on
I have a
Medicare?
question for you.
Medicare is $486.61.
My understanding is that that when we're doing the budget,
Yep.
that we don't add the FICA and the Medicare, is that right?
You would add that to part of salaries and wages because that is something that you pay out as part of the salary and wages. So if you're eliminating that salary, that would also reduce those FICA and Medicare lines as well. Because
Okay.
you no longer have to pay taxes for a rule that doesn't exist. So,
Okay, my next question then is, I'm not sure the legality of not filling a warrant article.
I already looked into that.
Yeah, and they said,
So I already spoke to Ask Justin about that, and he said that we do have the option to not fill it. And I have an email actually I can reference. So I did ask Justin, actually I sent it to Justin and Sean, and I said, and I can read this because it's 91A and I'm not ashamed. Hi Justin, I'm thinking about the cut that we need to tackle. Please know that I'm just exploring options. I know that the end will be a board decision. Is there any issue if we were not to fill the part-time children's position until July of 2028? So put it off for a year. So essentially, we'll put it off for a year. I'm aware that this position was a warrant article and it was voted on by the community, but again, I'm just looking at options. Please note that we did post this position and interviewed it. The candidate that we chose did not accept it due to what was going on with the board right now. He wrote back saying, yes, you can do that. The warrant article only applied to the FY26 budget. Actually, Sean wrote that. Sean said that. So I said, would that mean that we would have to do another warrant article if we wanted to fill it in FY28? Or would we have to do, we'd do another warrant article, or would it be in the default? So he said, Justin admitted that he did not have a direct answer. However, if we choose not to fill the position for the FY27, so essentially saving this
Deferring.
money,
yeah,
but still budget it, we would not need to request it back, so we would not need to do a warrant article. However, if we didn't fill it in that FY27 year, so it stayed empty, that amount of money would go back to the town. We'd have to make
Yeah.
sure we don't spend that amount of money, right? Even though we have the bottom line budget, we have to make sure that that money goes back to the town. If we were to choose to cut the position altogether, we would need to do another warrant article when we would be able to fill it. Okay? So that's the information that I have.
The only problem on that I see is if you're leaving it in the budget, you're not doing that savings.
Well, no, we would have to make sure we don't spend that amount of money. We would have to make sure we don't spend it, and unless the town can take it out at the beginning of the fiscal year and take it right away, so there's no confusion. That's something we would have to talk to the town.
Because I think that's a good point. And I appreciate the fact that that's a solution that you're coming up with.
I have more.
My only concern is that you're still reflecting it in the budget. It's not gonna be the 51,000, it's not gonna count towards the 51,000 because it's still in the budget.
It will.
Even though you're saying you're not gonna fill it or use it.
I believe, well, that's something we would have to discuss with Justin.
Yeah, we
And
need to,
certainly
if
we
it can be that.
We can present this, if the board approved my recommendation,
Yeah.
we could present it and then work with Justin to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, because I wanna make sure we don't lose the opportunity in the future for
Right.
that position.
Right.
That
Right.
would be my only
Yep,
concern.
understandable.
Okay.
Do you want me to continue onward?
I would just have a
Would you give us the
question.
full figures, cause I didn't copy the FICA in, Jan?
Well, she can repeat the FICA and the Medicare numbers, but we should also be, anything else, retirement isn't, the case, life insurance is not the case for part-time, correct? So
No.
neither of those
Yeah.
have to be, okay.
Right, we
And workers'
we were
comp,
aware of that.
okay.
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 Yeah.
So the number is, the part-time children is $33,559.16.
Yep,
The FICA is $2,080.67. And the Medicare is $486.61.
And the total for that to begin with is because it's the COLA has been added to the
Yes.
32,500.
Yes, the original number was the 32, I believe it was 32,1, or I'm not.
500, I think
And
it
then
was,
we,
but-
this was in addition to, and Donna can speak to this, she did the math on this, is that what you're?
And I used Justin's numbers too.
Yes, we used Justin's number.
so you took the warrant money, but then you added a COLA to that?
COLA.
We
Yes.
used the current personnel policy to come up with the correct budget number for FY '27. So that would be merit and COLA.
So it's a 6.5% addition.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
okay,
okay.
Why don't you
So the
continue,
next
yeah.
one is to remove the rotating museum pass that we have done the past couple of years. That is about $300 is what we've spent in the past.
okay,
The other addition to that is not renewing Hoopla, but because we already are in it it like overlaps. Am I correct in speaking to that, Donna? You can.
Yeah, so last meeting you approved going another year. So this cut would essentially be half of next year. So we have the time to communicate to the patrons that it's going away as of February 27th.
Right.
And it would be a savings of 5 months.
okay, so what's that say?
So that included with the Comics Plus, which is a database that we were going to add as well,
Yeah.
because it comes out of the same line item currently, would be $7,100.
Okay,
Hoopla is only $7,000.
No, this is half of a year,
Okay, so,
and it's based on what we've been averaging monthly.
okay,
Usage,
so
yeah.
how much did we, I guess the question is, how much did we pay for Hoopla in the previous year? I thought it was like $37,000.
Yes, but I mentioned last time how we made a change to the service so that it saved more money. So we added a budget cap on items. So with that budget cap, it decreased our monthly cost by about 40%. So that 32 or whatever it was thousands would not be correct for next year with that budget cap.
okay, next,
And then the last thing would be to cut $804.73 from children's programming. All of those items together equal $51,000. Oh, yep, sure.
I recommended that one because if we don't have a children's librarian, we can't do as much programming. Makes sense.
and you're cutting $804
Yep.
73 cents,
Mhm.
which, yeah,
Which the hope is there is that we have an incredible friends group that has been great at fundraising that could maybe assist with that. So,
Yeah.
but in addition to Donna's point is that she's correct. We don't have a librarian to support that programming or to help with that programming. So, so my mindset with all of these cuts is, and I'm saying this in a very kind of, I'm not comfortable saying it, but it's nobody's getting hurt. We're not laying anybody off. Yes, there are services that are being affected. Hoopla is going to be a big problem. I know a lot of patrons love that service. I love that service. But we can't continue to do the things that we're doing when we keep getting cut. So we need to make a choice. We need to do something that's unfortunately a dramatic choice, but our hands are tied at this point.
Yeah.
51,000 is a really huge chunk of change.
so you kind of hit a little bit of everything that you offer, and you try to pick, and some was salary, some was programming, you try to
Yeah.
kind of hit everything to get enough, so that you don't hit just one major thing.
Yep, and I would like to say, and I think Donna supports me in saying this, we don't want any of these things gone. In fact, the admin time is something that Donna and I are really not happy about, but I know the board wants it to happen, so we threw that in there. I would love a part-time children's librarian. I still want it. I still want that. I would love a full-time children's librarian, but no one's in that position right now. So no one is currently will get hurt on my staff right now. The museum passes is a service cut. The hoopla, the Comics Plus, the programming, all are service cuts. And I would ask the board, because I strongly believe that it's the board's duty to advocate for the library, is that these cuts, they need to understand that this is a service cut to the community. This $51,000 is a service cut to the community, and I encourage and want to really ask the board to speak to that when we are presenting on Monday, because this affects every community member that has a library card right now. And I think the council and the budget committee need to be aware of that. And I think it would be a mindful decision for the board to speak to that. So,
And I think,
That's all I got.
it's proper, and it should be that we will give them answer, we'll
we're
have an
doing their
answer,
request, right?
their
Yep,
request,
we're fulfilling their request.
but they have to understand that there's losses here.
Yeah,
Okay, I agree with that totally, but we also have a second budget
Yep.
that we're going to consider, okay? Nancy?
So, Erin,
yes.
thank you for putting these together.
Yes,
I
yes.
Well,
appreciate
Donna did help me as well. Thank goodness
Both
Donna
of you
has been
did.
here to be able to answer some questions
and-
on that, by the way.
And I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into us, and I also appreciate that, I know that this is painful, but it's
Absolutely.
the least amount of pain for, you all and your staff. I'm grateful that you didn't come to us with, layoffs.
Mhm.
I just wanted to speak to the rotating museum pass for $300.
Yep,
That is not a huge amount of money.
no,
At some point, if indeed everything passes this evening, for my 1/7 of the board, I would certainly entertain you coming and talking with us, and perhaps maybe that is something that we could consider taking out of a trustee account. That could be a discussion, just.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I feel very strongly that the money that's in this trustee's account needs to be spent for our community, for this library.
Right, I agree.
I'm not saying all of it, I'm
Correct.
saying that there's money donated in that account that should be very clearly spent on the library services, and that is certainly an excellent way to use that
Right.
money.
And
It
I'm
is
saying-
also an excellent way to use that money towards children programming, or the Comics Plus, or anything else that might be, cut that's servicing. I think it would be wise for the board to consider that in the future.
Yeah, anyway.
I think that, right now, there's an uncertainty of how much money we have in the funds, based on what you presented us, last month. Okay.
What is the uncertainty, how much money is in the funds of what?
Of how much liability we have to take out of the funds to put into the book account, okay?
I still don't understand exactly what you're saying,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When you came through that, with that spreadsheet of all the money that was not properly put in the right,
Oh, the unanticipated funds.
unanticipated,
Yes.
okay?
We-
So we need to find
But
out,
we haven't discussed those.
we haven't discussed that, and that's being deferred to first quarter, okay?
Right,
Once we decide
I'm
that,
actually not even referencing that right now. I'm referencing that
Just
there
money.
is money in that account, in the
Yeah.
trustee's account, that should be spent on library services. And in the future, I would ask the board to consider that if these cuts are approved.
and
I don't know
again,
what Jan's proposal is for her cuts, but if,
Yeah.
in this case, I would ask the board to please
and
consider that.
again, I would think, myself personally, if we're talking, $1,000, 1,500, Nancy, somewhere where you pull up a couple of those programs, and we contribute to that,
Right.
I feel that the board would want to do that,
Right.
okay?
It at
It's
least-
not a huge amount that you're cutting, but at least if we show good faith,
Correct. At least garners a discussion, Madam Chair.
okay?
Don't you think?
Yeah,
Right.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. One more time for you and one more time for you. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to the part-time children's librarian discussion that, and I don't know the legalities of this is just my suggestion, that I do feel like there may be an opportunity for the board to create an agreement with the town regarding taking that out this year and going to put it back in FY28. It doesn't necessarily mean it would be in default, but I feel like there could be an opportunity regarding not going to Warren again.
Right, well,
That
that's-
was my,
yeah, that
my
was
whole
just-
point with Erin is, I wanna be very sure that that money is available to us next year.
Right.
Okay, and so, next year we're gonna get another bill, and it's gonna be some cut somewhere, but we can't hit that position a second time. We wanna preserve that position now, so we wanna be very clear with Justin and with Sean that we can do that. That's my only concern here. We wanna preserve that that position to be able to fill it next year, okay? And, yes.
Madam Chair, I do want to make it be said that the Budget Committee and the town can request that we make a cut, and I've made this comment a number of years in a row, that they can recommend that we make a cut, and I think Sean mentioned it in the email from the end of last week, that they can make a recommendation that we cut $51,000. But in real terms, the board of directors is in charge of the library portion of the budget. So it is possible that we could go back with some number other than 51,000. In the past, we have tried to be cognizant of what they're asking. I think the 51,000 is a big ask for the library because our budget is made up so much of staff by percentage versus other departments like the police and fire and DPW, et cetera.
The police, their budget is mainly staff as well.
It's more than 90% staff.
Okay, well,
So
I still think it's a big ask. We don't have, the airport to help support some of them. But anyway, it's a big ask for us, and I think that the reality is, I'm going to propose some things too, but the reality is, if we don't like it, we can still turn it down as a board. We can say that we don't want to do this. So that is also an option we have.
The way the budget works and the motivation behind this was to figure out how to cut $400,000 from the budget so the taxpayers wouldn't feel that impact in their tax bill.
Mm-hmm.
If we keep the $33,000 some odd dollars in the salary line, that does not reduce the impact to the taxpayers. Because it is a bottom line budget though, what you could do is you could keep it in the personnel portion, the amount that you want to, and deduct that same exact amount from a larger line in the budget, say the book account as an example, and move that money knowing that that is in the personnel line so you can hold that position for next year and not lose it as part of the default budget, knowing that money is actually going to be used for the book account. So it looks like you're reducing the line for the book account, but you're actually not going to use the money in the personnel position for the personnel, you're gonna use it for books. Again, if you have X, like Jan was saying, because it is a bottom line budget, doesn't necessarily matter where we take those cuts from, but if we did wanna hold the position, that's a way of doing it.
Okay, let me repeat this to be sure.
Sure.
What you would do, okay? I want to be very clear because,
Yes.
okay, we're protecting the children's position by moving that salary down to the book line and not using that portion of the book line so that we would have it for the salary. Is
Yeah,
that-
so I think the book line was like 140 some odd thousand. What you would do is you would reduce that by 33,000. So the book line would look like it's been reduced by 33,000. So that would be 107-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And then you keep that money in the salary line. And that way when the default budget, because the default budgets are based off of contractual obligations and a lot of what you did the last year. What that would look like though is the following year would be a ginormous increase to the book line, but it wouldn't actually be. So there's the risk with that, right? So it looks like you're increasing the book line budget by quite a bit. But that allows you to hold the position in the budget without having to worry about an agreement with Justin about how this plays out and stuff like that. Again,
But if you're only moving that amount from one line to another line, okay, you're not cutting that money out of the budget.
We're still taking what she's recommending is we're taking that $33,000, we're just taking it out of a different line.
yes.
So we
Yes.
preserve the budget.
Preserve the
for
budget in the
for the
personnel
position.
lines and the position lines, but reducing the book budget. Because if we did it the way that Erin presented, where we keep the money in the personnel line and we don't spend it, that actually doesn't reduce the tax impact, because you still have
Yeah.
to tax people based off of that.
Okay,
Right,
that makes sense.
correct,
Yeah.
yep. So you just reduce it in the book line.
So you're still giving them their 51,000.
Correct.
We're just retaining, by cutting the book line, we're retaining the position.
You're still cutting $51,000 out of the budget.
And
you're
we're
retaining
still
the
gonna
amount of
have the
in
money
position.
in the book line
Correct.
that will move back up to salary.
Correct, yes.
Next
So
year
you move
for-
that 33,000 from
Yeah.
the salary line to the book line when the new fiscal year starts.
Yeah.
Correct.
That must be why they pay you the big bucks.
I get paid nothing.
Jan?
So I had some suggestions
Oh, I wanted,
too.
we're going to do your, okay, so there's a solution here, okay, that we've come
Have
up
you
with the
finished the
51,000.
things that you wanted
right?
to cut?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's my
okay.
list, yep.
Okay, and now I wanna go to what Jan has come up with, you know, as a treasurer, you know, where she would cut.
Okay,
And then we might take a combination of both.
So I would expect we would.
Yeah,
What I suggested was, since we increased in this from fiscal year 25 to 27, we increased the book line from $90,000 to $141,000, which was a big jump. We take, since we added $40,000 to that, my recommendation would be to take $20,000 from that combined line. So remember, we've split that now into, right now it's 90,000 and 51,000, 90,000 for books and 51,000 for ebooks and databases. Now that would allow us to cut specific whatever databases.
so
but
you're saying, again, in the book line,
in the book line,
cutting 20,000.
20,000.
But that, part of that could be what, you know, what Erin said, you know, the comics and the hoopla, so that could be a portion of that right now.
Correct.
Yeah, so there's a way where we can both, you know, take both and
Well,
get the
yeah,
best of
so
both.
so there,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
that is one suggestion.
Okay,
Another
yep, next.
suggestion would, because I was trying to not touch the staff directly by getting rid of the position that we fought so hard to get, because this position has now been several years
Yeah.
getting to it. So then I suggested we reduce the general expense line by $1,000, because general expenses, and it's line 4610,000.
Reduce that by how much?
By
By
$1,000.
$1,000.
What is the amount?
Um,
What's the impact? What's the amount?
We increased it from, in fiscal year 2025, we spent $5,025. We were approved $9,100 this year, and we have asked $8,100. So if we took $1,000 out of there, it's still more than we used in FY25, but less than we've requested
Yes.
in this
okay.
year or next.
So it seems the reason, yeah, that.
So $1,000 I
should
think
feel
would be
that
a
now.
good
Yeah.
place to take that.
Okay, next.
And then I had the projected information about looking at the expense savings or the salary lines only from the standpoint of the increase. I know we budget the full the full merit for everybody at 3.5%.
Mhm.
But we don't have to budget the full budget at 3.5%. We can budget for less than 3.5% and either A, make a decision to shift those costs, similar to what was just mentioned about, taking something else out and then using that money for those. But also, it can also be this is the pot of money that you have then, and then that gets distributed in perhaps a different
Yeah.
format, because many businesses and stuff have done that when they have a pot of money that's different.
And what's the savings on that?
If we reduce that increase, hold on, what's the number? It's a paper. One moment. Here it is. So if we reduce the amount, again, I didn't touch the part-time librarian,
Yeah.
but of course, some of these numbers are kind of interchangeable. The 3.5% of the full-time salaries for FY 27, if we look at FY 27, the 3.5% is, back one more page. Nope, not that page.
And this is merit, not COLA, right?
I'm looking at merit.
Merit, yep, okay.
3.5%, it's about almost $24,000. Is $24,000 is the amount of 3.5%.
So you're
So I'm
suggesting
saying-
as opposed to 5%?
No, that 3.5% is,
Yeah.
3.5% is what is currently in the personnel policy.
Okay.
Before tonight's discussion.
Yep,
If we took half of that, so we're talking, instead of $24,000, let's say $12,000. If you took $12,000 from the merit expense of the full-time staff, and then you did the same thing with the part-time staff. The part-time staff is about $14,000, so there'd be $7,000. So you've got 14,000, so that's $21,000.
$21,000, yeah.
And we've already taken, if we did the other change, we would have already taken 21,000. Now we got 42,000 that may be a possibility.
Okay,
And there are some other things that are places where we added to the budget. From Erin's request, we added additional money into the electrical services, and we added additional money into, we have additional funds in the seminars and workshops. We went from 1,000 to 2,000. We could go back to the 1,000 or split the difference and take 500. Same thing with travel.
what was the electric, we didn't talk about the dollars on the electric.
The dollars, I believe there was the $2,000 extra we added in above what Erin was going to take based on the recommendation about the where the electrical costs were going to be over the next
Okay,
year.
so you're stating that this year, basically,
we would go back to the-
2,000 less than we projected spending.
Yes, we would
So
go
that-
back to Erin's
to the
original
original.
number instead of the,
Yes,
and
so we
I
take
believe there's
2,000
gonna be
from that.
about $1,800 worth of savings at that point.
Okay,
Well, is it
1,800,
2,000 or is it 1,800? Because you said 2,000.
Well, I don't have that, well, I can look up here. We've got the blue sheet.
okay. Right there,
Wrong blue.
Oh, because you had a blue in there, no?
Because right now, if I've added this up correctly, based on what you've just given us, we're at $42,000.
Mm-hmm.
So we still have a ways to go.
This is not the right one.
And again,
But I have some concerns about
Me too. Let's.
oh no, we're gonna discuss this.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
These
yeah,
are just-
because
these are just
there's
possible
certain-
ideas.
I'm sure that you don't want to cut.
These
you know,
are
on-
possible ideas. The
Yeah.
other, we have the annual carpet cleaning And the regular carpet cleaning, which is 4360, is the line number. And we went up from 27.5, which is what we did in fiscal 25, to fiscal 26, which is 28.3. And then the new number is 31.2.
So is that what you're suggesting we take out?
Take 2,000 out of that line.
Okay, so there's 2,000.
So it may mean that we only have the carpets cleaned, the main carpet cleaning done once, and I know
We
that's.
only do it once.
Okay,
So
well,
now we're suggesting we don't do it at all.
well, no,
Yeah.
that
No,
wouldn't,
again,
that wouldn't take
we're gonna
all
look
the,
at, we're gonna look each
that
one,
wouldn't take,
okay?
that wouldn't
And
take
that's
all
only
of the money out of it,
2,000,
it's just
okay.
we're taking out some of the increase. Okay, I know that
What's the number?
contractually, we have a contract, I believe, which is 28,000 and change with the cleaning people.
Yep.
So it would be, and if we took $2,000 out, even if we took $1,200 out, that would still leave $2,000 for,
Wait a minute, if it's a contract, how do we get to take
No.
money out of a contract?
you don't, this is
You
not
said-
the
you said-
we have a contract for like 28,000, I think it's 28.2.
For carpet cleaning?
No,
For the cleaning.
cleaners, the
Oh,
cleaners.
gotcha.
The cleaners, we still have to clean the building on a regular
All right,
basis.
so now we're.
So,
Okay.
in addition to that, in that line is also the carpet cleaning. So we would still increase it, but we wouldn't be increasing it by the same amount. So I would recommend $1,200, maybe $2,000 come out of there. So we wouldn't be increasing it as much as we had. The printing services, we increased it because of how much we've been printing. And we had overspent the line last year. $5,500 was what we spent, and we have budgeted $5,659. But if we do judiciously do the not printing everything and also not printing
Yeah, the
multiple
minutes.
copies,
Yeah.
then, we could perhaps save 1,000 or 2,000 from there. It's not gonna be a big chunks. The museum passes, was a good place to go. I hate to do those because I know that they're, again, like programs, they're things that people really enjoy. However, any cuts we were to make in there, we need to make a concerted effort to add that money back in, either by finding sponsors for those passes that get X'd out, or sponsoring them ourselves.
Okay, and that
Gee,
price was?
how much did you say for printing? I didn't hear that number.
I would say $2,000. Let's say $2,000. It's more than we have budgeted. We received 4,500 in fiscal year 26. So if we just stayed even with what was 26, it would be 1,100. So that's only 1,100.
So
So
printing is
taking out
1,100?
1,100 out of
Yep.
it?
I thought it was 2,000.
I thought you said
Well,
2,000.
if we just take out, if we just go back to the fiscal year 26 number, that's probably a cleaner cut there. That
So
would
that's
just,
$1,100?
it would be $1,100.
And what we were budget, so what are we
So,
saving there?
that's $1,100,
Okay, 1,100, okay,
Right. okay?
okay, yeah.
So the museum
Museum
pass,
passes,
the $300, I would say if we removed $1,000 out of the museum passes, again, it's hard, the museum passes are in with, the dues and subscriptions, is separated off from the G-Milks before we used to put them together. Currently, G-Milks, in fiscal year 26, G-Milks and the dues and subscriptions was 83 together, and no, that's not the right number together. Hold on. The consortium, it was under dues and subscriptions, wasn't it? Consortiums and dues and subscriptions. Okay. This year, 47.9 is G-Milks, And, the museum passes are $84,000. $8,400. 84,000 would be lovely.
Yeah.
But we don't have much we can take off of there, and we can't take anything off the G notes.
No.
So that's 47.9.
I came up with 4630.
46.3 as the actual contract.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was adding these up.
46.3. Okay.
So we still have a ways to go to get to 51.
Yep. So the staff training I would put back to the $1,000, or the staff training and conferences put back to the $1,000.
So how much how much did you reduce
That's
that by?
$1,000.
So, okay,
Okay, so that's $1,000.
Yep.
so we'll add that, yeah. 47.3.
Yep. Travel and mileage, I'd take $500 out of there. General expenses, we'd already talked about. Office supplies. I would take some money out of this line from the standpoint that there has to be some way that we can order better or find a better way to order it or something.
So what were you looking at?
I was looking at $1,000 from there.
Okay, and so what are we at?
Hang
Mrs.
on.
Now-
Calculator over there?
That's 82, now we're 42.
Bless you.
No.
That brings us to
50.
48.8.
Yep,
48.8, okay.
Still got a ways to go.
You
yep.
know what? We have a ways to go, but I think we're only looking at what, $300?
No,
I mean,
Oh, no.
$3,000?
$3,000.
3,000, yeah. Okay, go ahead. You must have more.
We've already talked about books and periodicals.
We did?
Um,
How much did you take out of that one?
We took
$20,000.
$20,000.
Oh, yeah, that was up at the top, yep. got
Yep.
it.
Okay, that was because it was a big chunk.
Yeah,
So there's that. We have our infamous $2,500 that we have for furniture. We could take $500 out of that. So that would leave $2,000 there. I didn't want to touch the programming. We have the legal fees that are in our budget, but the town is going to cover that.
So we're
So-
taking
No,
70.
He already
he's
cut
claimed
those.
them.
He's already cut the
Yeah.
7,500.
But
oh, it's gone,
It's already
the
gone.
75
The budget he presented to the town council did not have that in it,
Yeah.
so we have to
So we
say that's
still
zero.
gotta come up with 51, then the 7,500.
Yeah, no, the 70, like, ignore that, because
It's
it
not
doesn't
gonna
exist.
fit
Yeah.
into there, cause it's
It doesn't
already been
exist.
cut out. Yeah.
So, the other one would be either tuition reimbursement, or, the other one is, tuition reimbursement. We could take perhaps $1,000 out of there. It depends on how many people are actually, taking part in that program at this point.
Do we have anyone right now? Champ-
Not right now, but we won't
Yeah.
have many people if we take $1,000 out,
Right?
so.
Well, it's true, but, if we take $1,000 out here, that's $1,000 we're not taking out of
But
someplace
again,
else.
we're gonna look at both and come up with
Mhm.
the least painful, is what we're trying to do, okay?
Okay, so that puts us at 50,300.
Yep, and so I would take
$700.
another,
Thereabouts.
$1,000, out of the, 4330, which is what's left in management services, which would
So-
be, the giveaways, the online calendar, the museum pass system,
But we
movie
only need to
licenses.
take out 700, why would we take out 1,000? Is
Okay.
it 700 is our left, what's
Yes,
left?
ma'am, that's what
Yeah,
that's what I
take it,
got.
say it at 700,
So I
okay?
will-
Okay.
And that's
700, yeah.
management services, right?
Mhm.
Is anybody else doing this besides me? I just want to, okay, that's exactly 51,000, if I did that right. So let's start at the top, Jan. So
Okay.
your suggestion is starting at the top, the book
Mhm.
line, take 20,000, minus 20,000, general expenses minus 1,000, merit pay minus 12,000, part-time pay minus 7,000, electricity minus 2,000, annual carpet cleaning minus 2,000, annual cleaning for the building minus 1,200, printing
Mhm.
minus 1,100, museum passes minus 1,000, staff minus 1,000,
Staff training, I think.
staff training, that's right. What was this for 500? I can't
Travel.
remember.
For
Thank
travel.
you, travel for 500, management services for 700,
Furniture was 5.
yeah,
Furniture
I'm
for
not there
500.
yet. So office
sorry.
supplies 1,000, furniture 500, and something else for 1,000. What was that?
Tuition.
Tuition reimbursement, yeah.
The carpet cleaning, I think, is now in here twice because,
Well, you were you had annual cleaning and cleaning of the building.
right,
and you
but
said you
cleaning
were-
of the building, but they're together
One-
in the same line.
So how much is the total? Just give me the total that we're taking out of that line.
I would, $1,200.
So it's not 2,000.
It's $1,200.
So we still have to take $2,000 out of something.
And
So
again, I
do
don't
the
think you need to
electrical?
be exact,
Yeah,
because
the
I think we
electrical
could need to
the
combine
electrical
these
was
both.
$2,000.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense? I think we need to combine these and come up with the least,
No,
painful.
there's-
Everything's painful.
There's a lot of pain here.
Yeah, there's a lot of pain, I know, but okay, so,
So I struggle with, if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
no, go
I
ahead.
struggle with, some of the suggestions that you proposed, Jan, only because you're cutting 20,000 from the book line, but what does that mean? Is it then Donna and I's decision to where that cut comes from?
No, I was suggesting $10,000 from books and $10,000 from the databases.
But which databases?
So it's however,
That would
my
be your
recommendation
decision.
was to take like $5,000 out of what the total amount you normally spend on Hoopla, which was about in the $37,000 to $38,000 range, my understanding was last year. So I would take money out of that section, by putting a cap on it and saying we're not gonna go over this amount. Again, we hope we don't have to do any of these, but that's how I would do it, or we could drop some of the pieces that we thought we would we added in last time. A couple of those don't even start until March. So we could actually we could say, okay, well, the A to Z, that's another $3,000. We could just say we're not gonna do it. And so in March, we're not gonna continue it. So those would be some of the places that could be used, but I think that's a decision that you folks would have to decide.
my thought is that if we decide we're going to take out a certain amount of money from a category, and there's multiple things in that category, it's up to you guys.
You guys decide which
To
multiple
decide where
things
you
you
wanna
want.
cut, okay? Again, let's start with errands, okay? The admin time, 66, 68, 83, okay?
Well, it seems like you already wanna cut that in the personnel
Yeah,
policy,
basically,
so-
the law doesn't support it, so it's gonna,
It's-
I know, it doesn't.
I would like us not to, is it not we could talk about this in the personnel
Yeah.
policy, but I don't want us referencing a law that we don't know about anything about.
Okay,
So, let's just speak to the amount.
okay, yes, yeah, okay.
Cutting the admin time for Donna and I.
Mhm.
Now, obviously, the biggest savings is the part-time. And, it would save us a lot of cutting off on everything else, on a lot of other things. Again, we want to be very clear and sure that we're not losing the opportunity to fill that position next year. That's my only concern. So, basically, we're gonna have to go back to Justin and make sure that that's the case, then you can present that as one of the things, if that's what you choose.
I think if the board votes on that, I think we present it as a board, as the board
Yes.
presents it as a decision that they made. And then we look into what that means.
What's the risk?
Right.
We need to know the
Because I
risk.
think the
Yeah.
council needs to know, and the budget committee needs to know that that is something that's on the table, if
Yes.
the board votes that.
Yes.
I think they
yeah.
need to know that risk.
Okay, yes, yeah, I agree. Basically, looking at yours, we're looking at about 40,000 right there, if you just look at the admin time and the part-time position, right?
Mhm.
Over 40.
Huh?
Over 40.
Yeah, over 40,
Over
but
40.
slightly, yeah, but right in the 41,000 range, somewhere around there,
42.
42,000, thank you.
42,794.
So that only leaves us 9,000 more that we have to worry about instead of 20 lines.
Right, so, I agree, and I think that, given what Erin has presented us, that this is painful, but it's the least amount of pain. Jan, I'm not at all disputing that we could do what you're suggesting over here, but some of that I think comes with a certain amount of risk. And this, to me, based on what Erin is telling us, you know, doesn't come with as much risk. So I would support what Erin has presented this evening.
I think it's probably,
Yeah.
first of all, I respect that it's the librarian's, you know, choices.
It is not my choice.
It's not your choice.
Please,
What
it's
you're
not my
being
choice.
forced to do.
Exactly.
What
It's a
you're being
recommendation based on the request that we were given.
The least the least pain, because there's gonna be pain
There is
everywhere.
pain, yeah.
It's the least pain. Okay, it's a less complicated, because we're hitting just a couple of few items, but they're big ticket items.
They are, and we can, if the board chooses to, we can certainly talk about taking, like the $300, for example, from the trustee fund, so we can make it a little less
Yeah,
painful.
well, no,
I
we
mean,
need to
that's
show
good.
some good faith.
Precisely right.
I agree with you totally on that, okay? Jan?
So, one of the things we could do would be to eliminate the admin time, eliminate the part-time position, and then, take money out of the, book and database together group to make up the difference, to get us up to the $5,100, and let the, library team decide whether it's gonna come out of books, whether it's gonna come out of a database, or whether it's gonna come out of both.
The other thing
So-
is, you wouldn't be cutting the children's program,
That's
but we're
correct. You
hoping to
wouldn't cut the
supplement that
program.
somehow anyway, you know?
I, what?
I would rather not.
I
Rather
was
not
going to
what?
say, I would make, the case that the librarians have already decided that Hoopla and Comics Plus is where that particular reduction would come.
$7,100,
Correct.
that's a big amount.
And that's a big amount, and I, based on what is being presented and the discussion that we've had with the library staff, I think that's been a thoughtful reduction, so I say,
I think, I'm gonna suggest that we go with that, and that the board consider the $300 and then the $804.73.
Madam Chair, may I make a motion?
Yes, Jan, are
Ma-
you okay to move on like that?
Mhm.
Okay, go
Madam Chair,
ahead.
I make a motion that we accept the reduction of, the presentation from Erin, which was exactly $51,000, which was $51,000 as presented this evening.
I second that.
Roll call, Maura?
Wait, we have to have discussion.
Oh, wait, discussion, yes.
I just wanted to ask, are you doing what Kate is suggesting to keep the part-time position and taking that money out of the book line? Or are you leaving it as Erin has suggested and you're
Yeah.
losing the position?
Yeah, see, I would rather do what Kate had suggested, is take,
Whatever's gonna protect
it
the
on.
job.
So it would be Kate's suggestion.
preserve
Yeah.
the job,
Yes.
but take
Let's
the money out.
protect the job,
Yeah.
thank you.
Does that need to be a
Yeah,
different motion?
okay.
The motion can be to talk about removing these costs, but where it comes out of the line in the budget, you don't need to be specific about that.
Yeah,
So we will be reducing the cost by eliminating these costs from the budget, but you don't have to be specific.
you're
Yeah.
shifting some of the funds,
So
that's
how
all
are
you're
you wording
doing.
that motion?
We will
Just
be
wanna know.
eliminating, $51,000 by eliminating X from the budget for fiscal year 27. And that makes it clear you're eliminating that amount of money for that position for that one fiscal year, and not eliminating the position in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I
And
will
then
withdraw
Justin
my
can figure out
motion.
everything on the back end, yeah.
Then Beth was gonna make the motion.
Okay, Beth?
Because that just made my eyes go into the back.
Sorry.
You talk very fast, I have to say. I was trying to write it and I'm like,
Spinning.
you sure you're not from New
I
York?
saw it spinning, attorney.
So, Kate, it would be a valid motion if I were to,
Yes,
say that I would like to make a motion to remove $51,000 from the proposed budget. And that would,
for fiscal year
for fiscal
27,
year
yeah.
27. So, and that would just cover it, and then we could
That
pull from
should
it.
hypothetically cover it,
Yeah, and then
yes.
you basically choose,
And then
they,
she can-
they
she can
choose
get
then
out her-
whatever
Or
51,000,
slice
right?
and dice.
Yes,
Okay.
give it, you know,
The staff will choose.
Correct, yes.
Yes, the director and staff will
Alright,
choose
if
the
that's the motion on the
51,000.
floor, then I would second that motion.
Okay, discussion? No, Christie, oh, go ahead, Maura.
So we don't have to state specific lines, basically?
It's a bottom line budget. You can say I'm eliminating $51,000 from the budget, per Erin's suggestion, and that will cover it, because then Justin will do his work to ensure that the position stays in the default by whatever means necessary, whether that is eliminating that $33,000 from the book line, and keeping it in the in the personnel line, or removing it from the personnel line and keeping the book line the
Moving
same,
to, yeah.
depending on how we end up preserving it. So it allows that money to be removed from the budget while allowing what needs to be done to preserve the position,
Preserve the-
basically.
yeah.
Yes.
Do you think, and I apologize, do you think we'll have, at the presentation, we will most likely have to speak to where that's coming
Yeah.
from, am I correct?
Correct, yes, but
Okay.
Justin, by the time you present on Monday, you'll have talked to him by then.
Yep.
And that can be in that presentation.
You'll
Okay,
be
so-
presenting 51,000 and
Yeah.
where all the spending is
Yeah,
coming from.
and you don't
by
necessarily need to
then.
say what line items specifically, but you
You
can
can
say
say the kinds of
51,000
things
is
that-
33,000 children's librarians, 7,100 hoopla and comics, et cetera, et cetera. And that should.
And some money out of the book line,
Correct. In order to preserve the position, we're leaving the money in the position, reducing the book line, or, we are removing it from the positions for this year, continuing the book line, but you will see the positions go up for fiscal year 28, because we want to actually have that position available during that fiscal year. So, however Justin wants to do it on his end, I don't want to speak
Okay.
to that, but.
So you're good with that, Erin?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
okay.
list the I'm just gonna list the lines,
Yeah.
And if,
Yeah,
And
you've
they don't
gotta
need to
show
know
the
what out of
51
those lines, yeah.
you've gotta show that on Monday.
Yep.
Okay, yes.
So, I just want something just to think about is what if town council doesn't move forward with the $400,000 cut and you've already made a motion to remove 51,000 from the budget?
I say we do it based on, we don't cut our budget, we're saying, in
Should,
order to meet our portion of the $400,000.
we would be willing to,
We've been asked to look at reducing our budget by 51,000.
but we're not gonna commit to until everyone else jumps in the
Can we go
boat.
last?
Does that make
Yes,
sense?
we are recommending that this be cut from the budget, and because it's a recommendation, not we are cutting it, maybe
Correct.
that's the way you
Yes.
phrase it, yes.
So we won't lose that money if no
No,
one else
because
jumps in the
everyone's-
In the
pool.
event that $400,000 is cut from the budget, our recommendations are as follows.
Yes,
Yeah, and
There you go.
we can still keep making decisions up until we have to give that final
Final
number for
number,
the
which is in
warrant
January.
well, yeah, we gotta
Right.
play it out.
Yeah.
We gotta see what everyone else is doing,
Right.
So
you
we
know?
can take a
Hold our,
vote.
hold our cards close.
But-
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and the other thing is, we can, or we could say, no.
Right.
We need this because we already cut a lot out, because we did.
Yeah.
We went through and said it really needs to go up by this, and it hasn't, so,
I mean, we could also, to your point, we could also not do 51 and do just a smaller portion.
Right.
If the board feels
Yeah.
necessary.
Correct.
We're going forward in good faith. We're saying we're prepared to do, to meet the obligation and, it based on what the town ends up doing,
Right.
okay? Donna?
So could I ask just for minutes and record keeping for Beth to revise your motion?
So would you please withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion
I'm starting now.
and start.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to remove $51,000 from the 2027 budget, as a proposal to meet the request of the budget committee and town council, with the option of revising our final total, at a future meeting. Does that make sense?
Second.
okay, did we have enough discussion? I hope so. All right, Maura?
I hope we're not doing this in vain, because last year they made us go through a bunch of exercises and they never did it.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
But we're doing our due diligence,
And I
okay?
understand that, but I don't like the idea of cutting the children's portion, so I'm gonna vote no.
You don't like the idea of what, cutting what?
The children's library part-time.
Okay,
Christine?
so, Christine?
So now I'm confused with what Maura just said. I thought we weren't cutting the position.
We're
So-
postponing it for a year.
Well, yeah,
Or we're letting
I
the,
don't like the idea of postponing it, I'll
or we're
rephrase.
letting the library folks fill it and then cut that amount from the books.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go somewhere, you know, but that's a lot to be cut from the books.
No, well, we increased it, by $51,000 from the previous year.
Okay,
I thought,
basic,
I thought the board voted on my suggestions for the cuts.
we did.
We did.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just saying, this is a proposed, okay? We're saying we're willing to meet our obligations.
I understand,
And
I
we have-
just,
and
I
you're
don't
gonna
wanna be
present-
accused of doing something that the board
No.
did not vote on. So my
No.
understanding is that we're gonna go based off my suggestions with Kate's suggestion of the children's librarian coming out of the book line.
That's right.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
yeah. Okay, Maura, did you
Well,
vote yet?
Yeah, more
Yes.
was,
Oh, okay. Christine, are you all set?
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Jen?
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Okay, pass.
All right,
Okay, that's the budget, right?
that's the budget.
Budget.
Now, Nancy,
What?
would you like to suggest?
That we talk about the personnel?
No, yeah, no, you don't wanna talk, no, what,
No.
really quick, why don't we hit these two topics of the trustees fund, filling in for that 804,
You wanna talk about that now?
the what?
okay, we don't have to,
The what?
no.
Until
Wait
they-
until it's
until they've
finalized.
actually
Yeah.
pulled it
Yeah,
out.
Yeah,
until
cause
it's
you haven't
finalized.
pulled it out, once you pull it out, that's when we talk
Right.
about it.
What are
we
you
get
talking,
that.
I have no
Happy
idea what
to.
you're talking about.
They're talking about
No,
the-
we were
the
saying we were
museum
pulling
pass
out.
and-
We
Oh,
were
no,
looking
no,
at
oh, God, okay.
But once you spend it, that's when we'll reimburse you.
This is for the next year.
Yeah,
Right.
we're all set, okay, all
When we
right.
get there, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to talk about that.
Okay, thank you, remember, it, 'cause I
Madam,
won't.
I
Yes.
just want to note for the agenda, some of the things that do need to be addressed is the, at least for my end, is the non-public. We do need to, go into non-public for, staffing. So that is something that also needs to happen tonight, at least for our
Okay,
end.
yeah, definitely,
And
yeah.
we need to do the financials, because we have not done those. We keep putting that off till the end, and then it falls off the table.
Okay, as long as we have time for, we gotta do the personnel
I
policy.
understand.
Okay. Should we do the personnel policy first?
It's fine.
Money.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanna hear about the money too.
All right. Okay, so I guess the underlying part is the part that's changed.
But, sorry,
Mhm.
can we just go to the table of contents for a
Yeah, go ahead.
second? Sorry.
I want money.
Yeah,
Page 2, under holidays, what does that mean? Error bookmark not defined.
what section?
Somebody put a
Under
table.
section
It's just
12,
an error.
Oh,
holidays.
12.
I don't
Error
understand what that
bookmark
means.
Not defined,
Go to section 12.
yeah.
It's gotta be on what, page 8, because they
Page
put
8,
something in
yeah.
there.
7 or 8. It's 7. It's page 7.
Wait, what are we talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know what it means.
I think it just was an AI thing, kind of thing. You know, it's a,
Okay, so we can delete that, I think?
Yeah, no, you've got the same thing at the bottom too, where it says 113, 114.
Yeah, I don't know if we're using AI on our policies.
Okay, so we are on the second page, right? We are taking out that error bookmark not defined. That's a notation, okay?
and we're
what's the other
replacing it
one?
with page 7.
I'm sorry, what?
Replace it with page 7.
It should have a page number.
Oh, page 7, yeah, okay, thank you.
And then also the numbers at the bottom need to be fixed as well.
Oh, the one, yeah, it's page 14, 13 and
13.
14, right?
Mhm.
Not 100, and,
Gee,
okay.
we'll be here all night.
Okay. Okay, next. Purpose. The only thing that was added to that was employees must be given a copy of amended personnel policy and will sign a receipt of possession, and the receipt will be stored in their personnel folder. Any problems with that? No?
Can I-
Okay,
Can I
yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
just speak to that? So you're asking me to have them each sign a piece of paper that says that they've read this policy, and each piece of paper will be put individually in their folders.
Yeah,
Would it be acceptable to just have a sheet with everybody's names on it, or you really want them each to have their own sheet? Just for clarification,
okay,
I'm
it
not
needs
trying
to go in their own folder, only
Okay.
because should something happen that someone sues someone and, you know what I mean? It's just a formality.
That's the way it's
Okay.
done in my world.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
just a
I
standard,
just wanted to,
one standard letter, and you just have each one sign it in their own and put it in the file.
okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure I was
clarify,
understanding that.
Okay, so, section 2, there was no changes.
There
Section,
is something, sorry.
Mhm.
I'm sorry,
Under,
what?
under sub 3, it says pupdated, I think you meant updated.
Oh, wait,
Updated sounds a lot more fun.
Where are you looking?
Number 3 where it says updated policy.
Yep. Section 2,
section
number
2,
3,
number 3, each,
it should be updated.
oh, updated.
And
Take the
updated.
P out, thank you.
It should be
updated.
also be and with a D.
And with a D, yep, and updated.
what
Each employee must sign that they have received and updated policy?
No, and, it's
We're
not
talking about
and, it's
section 2.
and. The,
I'm in section 2.
yeah, no, yeah, it's not,
Oh,
it's-
yes, I know, but you were saying AND?
No, it should say each employee must sign that they have received an
Okay, it's
updated
and.
policy.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
okay. Section 3, any questions?
Does
There's
that
no
mean
changes.
minutes?
Honestly, you're gonna have to slow down because I wasn't prepared for this because we weren't supposed to do this.
Okay, number 3 has no changes whatsoever.
I'm not sure yet, I'm still reading it because
Okay,
we weren't
go ahead.
prepared.
Yep, go ahead.
Madam Chair, can
Yeah.
we take a 5-minute,
Yes,
time
rest break,
period to let people read?
a rest break, yes.
And people, if they need to go to the bathroom or whatever,
Yeah.
do that.
And Beth can,
Um,
yeah, you,
So
Well,
you
we all
can read
need
that.
to look at it because none
Okay.
of us were prepared to do this.
Well, some of us will.
Only the ones that knew ahead of time that they didn't ask to the agenda.
so if anyone
The
needs to
agenda.
we're taking a 5-minute break if anyone needs
Well,
to
just-
stand up or anything.
We're still recording, we're just,
Gives Aaron time to go turn the heat on.
we'll start a fire in the
Is it
middle of the
cold
room.
here? I'm
It's
never
cold
cold.
in here.
I'm usually freezing and today I'm not cold.
Did you
I
get
guess
the
I'm-
heating bill?
No, but she's sitting right underneath the projector, maybe that she's
Oh, the
getting some
heat.
residual heat from that.
It's the synergy of the room is heating me up.
I should come sit up there then.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Anyone timing this? No? Yeah. 2 more minutes?
Just
Okay.
at least.
Everyone ready to proceed?
No,
No? Okay.
the big bill?
Okay, it's been 5 minutes, let's
Liz,
move on,
if you
but
want us to vote,
but
we
1
have
minute.
to look at it.
I'm just saying, when we get to the point where you haven't looked at it yet, we'll take another few minutes off to allow you to do that, okay? So I think, Beth, that you were questioning on the scope, section 3, isn't that where we stopped?
Yes.
Okay, and again, there were no changes from the original policy there, so, but you've reviewed it, so. Okay. On section 4, the definitions, again,
No,
Um,
4.
go ahead, Jean.
There was a question brought up by Megan the last time about highly compensated or well compensated.
It says highly
compensated. I guess we can go with well compensated or however we wanna put it versus, make sure we get, if we wanna get the compensated out of there, we can say paid.
Okay, where are we at on
Exempt
number 4?
employees, the definition is the fourth line.
Exempt employees, okay.
The fourth line down, in that, it had said highly compensated, and that has a definition, of, in the $200,000, actually $250,000 range. Obviously, we're not there for library positions, or actually any positions, I don't think, in town. But, so we
And
just
the-
change it to well-paid or well
Well,
compensated.
right now it says
These
these well
employees,
compensated.
There you go. I don't know that we need any kind of a description there, because that's kind of
It's,
an opinion.
yeah,
And I don't know that we
These
want to express an
employees.
opinion in, so I think we should just say, these employees are not eligible, and scratch.
Yes, yeah,
Don't you
I
think?
agree with you,
Okay.
yeah.
and then above that in the same section, it's like an awkward sentence. These employees, while they regularly may be scheduled for a 40-hour week, it is anticipated that their duties may often require additional time. It should just say, these, like, we just need to change it, it's like awkward. These employees may be scheduled for a 40-hour week, with additional duties or something, like, it's just, there's a lot in that sentence that,
I agree with you, but make a
Well, first of
recommendation.
all,
I don't know, I haven't had time to go.
I
over
think
it.
you can leave out while they're regularly maybe scheduled for a 40-hour week, because people
Right.
are
But
scheduled for a
there was questions, this came from questions about the definition of exempt employees. So there was a question as who are the exempt employees and how did we determine that they were exempt, and what does it mean to be exempt? And what it means to be exempt is they can't get admin time or additional time for additional hours.
So it should say these employees may be scheduled for a 40-hour week, but it is anticipated that at times their duties may require additional time.
Yeah, that's good,
That makes
additional hours.
sense.
that's right. All right, let's get rid of one.
Donna?
I was just gonna
Just
suggest,
a reminder that the attorney looked at this, and I think if she would have felt that
She's
it would
better.
have needed a change, she would have noted that.
This is just a grammatically really awkward sentence, Christine, that the intent of the paragraph is not changing.
You wanna repeat the sentence then?
These employees may be scheduled for a 40-hour work week, but it is anticipated that their duties may require additional time.
There you go.
But it basically says the same thing. These employees,
It's
while
just
they are
with less
regularly may
work.
be scheduled
But
for.
but the part that needs to be in there is that they may be, their duties may require them to spend additional time, but there's not additional money beyond the 40 hours.
So we
That's-
get nothing for doing more.
Exactly.
That's the concept of what an
An
exempt employee is.
yeah. So have we, yes, Maura?
I don't know that we need to put in, as of 11/20/25, there are 4 exempt employees, and I'm just, saying that. If you wanna keep it, it's fine. But I would change the sentence under benefits. I'd say, for the purposes of this policy, the Board of Trustees defines
Not there yet.
benefits
Well,
as
wait.
including but not limited to, and then the list.
Okay, but we haven't gotten there yet, right?
Well,
We're
except
still
for-
under exempt employees,
Let's get through this
because
first, yeah.
we're wordsmithing this again.
Again, like Christine said, the lawyer approved
Yeah,
of
this
the
is all
wording,
stuff we
so-
would have done in the subcommittee if we had done it.
So
Right.
I agree with Maura, I don't think that we need to put in there as of 11/25, there are 4 exempt
Yeah, we could
employees.
take
We
that
can
out,
take
yeah.
that can come out.
Can I make a recommendation that we spell out the numbers? So 40 should be spelled out,
Sure.
Yeah,
or any numbers that exist
Sure.
in the document?
Okay.
Aside from dates, I guess. you could
Yeah.
say, if there are dates.
Mhm.
So I think we gotta talk about this just a little bit in terms of, how exactly we want our staff to be compensated when they come to a meeting that starts at 7 o'clock, for example, and doesn't end until midnight. As I said a couple of weeks ago, I think it's unreasonable to expect that they're going to work those hours for nothing. So how are we going to manage that?
I think it needs to be through scheduling.
So they
But
come in.
we don't know that this meeting is gonna go till midnight. Like, for example, our schedule this week, Donna and I were on the schedule for today from 1 to 9. So we should have left 36 minutes ago. But we don't know that this meeting is gonna go till midnight. So we have to anticipate that we stay extra. But I'm not saying that, I know that, the problem is this is a very corporate mind thought, and we are not corporate. In every library that I've ever worked for, you were compensated for time that you stayed extra. Every single library that I've worked for. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm not saying the lawyer may say do her own thing, that's fine. But every single library. In fact, the last library, I got to earn admin time or comp time, however you want to speak to it, and I had to use it by the end of the year or lose it. I didn't get paid for it. It was just use it or lose it. So that's an option to consider. However, also consider that it is also very difficult for Donna and I to use that comp time based on the workload and the amount of work that is expected to us. So I understand what you're saying here, but understand that this is a very difficult expectation.
May I ask a couple questions here,
Yes,
because I
yeah.
understand that. So, I agree, I think it probably should come through scheduling. And so, I mean, if our staff comes to us and says, well, I think it's summertime, it's Friday, it's a nice day, and I wanna go to the beach with my kids, I think that she should be able to take that time. Can we not manage it that way, or not?
I may not be able to take that time because I have to cover the desk,
And
or I have to
again,
go to a meeting.
okay, and again.
Like I can't use, so I'm earning comp time right now, for this meeting goes till
Yep,
midnight.
Yep.
I cannot use that time for the rest of this week because of the meetings and things that I've scheduled.
No, I understand that, but what
Okay.
I'm saying is, you schedule it, so you plan a day to go to the beach in the summer, or kinda like a vacation day. So if you're taking vacation over the 4th of July, attach like a Friday afternoon, leave at whatever time, because of the time that you've accrued, and be on your way. Good luck and God bless, have a great time at the beach.
And
why
again,
why
you
can't
know-
we do that?
Because the law, New Hampshire state law states that exempt employees
And-
do not get,
Okay, so then I come back to
And
my
then-
original question
So
then is,
then-
how do we compensate them for being here until midnight?
so then,
It's
therefore,
another section.
Taracosa from Human Resources says you need to remove admin time from your policy, okay? So basically, I have never had a job, and I've always been exempt, that I had admin time. That if it took me 16 hours to do a job, that's what I did, 16 hours.
So
It's
what if-
just,
So town employees that, like, for example, Sean, if he stays late for a meeting, how does he adjust his time, or what does he do with his time with that? If nobody earns admin time or comp time?
He stays for the meeting.
he just stays the meeting.
So he just works with no.
I'm sure he's not compensated when he comes in
Okay.
and catches our meetings and stuff.
I've actually
Yeah.
talked with him about that, and he did tell me that, you know, there's kind of a level of trust between
Oh.
he and the town council, and, you know, they know how much time he's putting in at these meetings, so.
I'm sure he's putting in way
Of
more than
course he is.
40 hours.
So when,
Yeah,
when
if he
it's-
needs
if he
time,
wants to go
he's
play
in.
golf on a Friday
Yeah.
afternoon, he calls them up and says, I'm taking Friday and afternoon off.
yeah,
And they go, okay.
because they know it, he's already put
Exactly.
in.
Because they,
So-
did you say
100.
because they trust him?
That, I did say that.
That's
So
interesting.
that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
you know, I don't,
I would love that, Nancy, and I know I'm speaking out of turn here, and I know I'm probably gonna ruffle some feathers. There is no trust here. So we do not have that option.
And again,
So,
I'm sure
Thank
that
you.
Sean works many more hours and is not compensated for a lot of them,
well,
okay?
so does our staff.
Yeah.
You know, or what we're suggesting is our staff do the same. So my suggestion is, if we're not going to compensate them for being here until midnight, then I think that we should trust them and to be on their honor and say, I'm going to the beach on Friday afternoon. I've earned 4 hours, and we know she's earned 4 hours because she's been here until midnight for several meetings on end.
but it's not just me, it's Donna too.
No,
Yep,
Aaron, I get that,
okay.
all right?
So does this need to be discussed at this meeting? I mean, are we going to include additional language after the attorney already approved this? I mean, is that?
I don't-
Maybe.
we can have
No,
another
maybe.
time?
I don't think
Which is
so.
why we should have had a discussion
Correct,
outside of this discussion.
because my next
Because we
question-
could have discussed this and had it already been discussed.
Well, actually, as far as I'm concerned, there's not a discussion. This is
Okay.
what the law says, and this is how we should, the
There's a lot of
employee,
things that are
I mean,
legal.
the attorney has applied it, you know, so,
But my question isn't being answered, which is, if we have employees that stay until midnight, what are we doing to compensate them?
Madam
Jen.
Chair. So there's two different issues. One issue is, how is it documented, the amount of time? And currently, town employees use the reporting system where they record their regular time and vacation hours and all those things. That's where their admin time goes, and that isn't what happens here. That the admin time, the folks keep their own admin time record. So there's a different documentation system. So it's available, they can use that to document it, so they could put
So
in.
Sean does document his admin time?
No,
Yeah, I think he does,
don't believe
he
that.
does, well,
well,
but
I know people
other
like
folks,
Kirsten
other
does.
folks do.
She showed it to me. They document everything.
She documents her own admin time.
She documents it into the system.
And
But she
her
puts it in there.
supervisor approves it, yes.
Who's her supervisor? Sean?
Sean, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay,
But anyway, so they're two different,
but going back, the first thing I wanna address, I already discussed this with Hannah, okay? Because that was the plan, to use the system. And she said no, that the state law doesn't apply to exempt, for overtime.
they're not entitled to it, yes.
They're not entitled to
You
it.
can still
So,
give it to
in Tara, in Human Resources here, confirmed that and said you need to remove that from your personnel policy. So I think that we've had personnel telling us that, we've had the lawyer telling us that. So I don't think that we should,
We also had the lawyer remind us that we're our own entity, so we could have it if we wanted to.
we could if we wanted
Right.
to,
I-
yes.
I want to do that.
Okay.
You don't.
Does someone
But
wanna
we
make
do.
a proposal to continue with admin time in some form?
Yeah.
Okay, then make a proposal.
I make a motion that we permit our exempt or non-exempt, what's the term?
Exempt.
Exempt employees to earn admin time? Is there anything else you need to say?
No, I'll second it.
You second it?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, you have to say how, I think you probably might wanna say how it's gonna be tracked and how we will use it, I think, is that one.
Point of order, Chair, Madam Chair. We said we weren't going to wordsmith the entire document. If we're gonna, you know, we're getting to the, we haven't gotten past page 4. And so, and we're only really in definition still. So, some of these questions that we're making changes to or trying to make changes to actually are, in fact, referenced when you get to the section.
You're right, it's the section
When you
that
get to that
covers
section
it.
that talks about,
You're right.
that section,
Yeah.
so.
All
Yeah.
this is stuff we would have familiarized ourselves if we had given ourselves the time to actually go through it the way we should. This is the most ridiculous way to go through a document.
Okay, so now we're on exempt, let's go back to this exempt. Is there any, other than striking out, as of 11/2025, there are 4 exempt employees, and then it says
And
no one is
fixing the
eligible for
wording.
admin time?
Mhm.
We don't need that line right now, because we're gonna discuss that under the
Well, we
section.
should, that line should be there because that's the definition of
Okay,
exempt.
no one is
That's all.
eligible for admin time, okay.
I
And
had
we're
a
spelling
motion on
out
the table.
40, okay?
I could probably address that.
There's a motion.
I'm sorry, say that.
She has
We
a
had a
motion
motion on the
floor.
table, we just scooted right by it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how to craft the motion, because again, all this is like right at the last second, but, we need to figure out a way to preserve admin time, and I wanna make sure.
Jan, you said it's referenced in another section, where is that section? Just maybe that'll answer
Yeah.
Beth's question? I'm trying to find it, I might be missing it, certainly. It's not in here at
8, 9,
all.
and 10, let me see.
I don't see admin time.
No, admin time as a section is not in there.
So, okay, so,
Okay.
I guess then.
All right,
Admin time
so
as
we
a
gotta
section,
work on
because
this.
we can't have admin time as a section.
Yeah,
We could.
We could.
But
There's
we
no
could
law
if
that says you
Beth's,
can't.
if Beth's suggestion is
Okay.
passed.
Okay, go ahead.
let's, I'm sorry, do you wanna,
I'd like
Restate
to,
it
but
one
I wanna
more
make
time.
sure I'm reading it the right way. So,
okay,
just to remind everybody, we can have admin time. And the legal counsel said, we are our own entity, and we do not have to follow what the suggestion is for the town management side. So I would like to make a motion that permits our exempt staff to earn admin time beyond their 40 hours work week, to be documented in a log that is available for board review, or I don't know how to.
well, could be tracked or in the
Yeah,
human,
like we
in
just have to
the
track
HR
it.
system.
Oh, yeah.
Tracked in the HR system,
Yeah.
is what you're looking
Yeah.
to say.
I would second that.
Okay, discussion, my discussion
Yes.
is that, yeah, go ahead, I'm
So my
sorry.
question is, as part of this discussion, if we don't agree that our staff should be compensated, then I wanna know why not. Nobody expects me to work for free, ever. And if I stay late, if I stay really late, I come in late the next day. It's just expected in my company.
Yeah,
So,
It's trusted.
yes.
Thank you.
So my question is, how are we going to compensate our staff if they have worked beyond their 40 hours? Because again, nobody should work for free.
in my experience,
You work for free?
I can't tell you, I used to work 16, 18-hour days, and I never got any comp time for it. Yes, absolutely.
But don't we
It was
hope that our
what was
standards
required to get my
are
job
better?
done, so I did it.
Oh,
Right, but
absolutely.
children worked in factories.
Well.
We don't wanna do the lowest common denominator. We
No.
wanna have a work environment where we attract the best of the brightest.
Well, I didn't work in a factory, so just so
I'm
you know.
saying that
Yeah.
standards vary, and we want to have an establishment where people wanna work. Nobody wanted the children's position. Like, we wanna create a job that retains people and attracts people.
And we are creating that, and we need
Okay.
to think about it from
Okay,
a managerial
hang on.
standpoint.
Go ahead.
Things are coming up.
The issue is around exempt employees.
Yeah.
Exempt means they are exempt, they may not get overtime. So
It's not
we,
overtime.
calling it, you can call it,
But overtime is time and a half pay.
No, okay.
Comp time is even pay and it's
Okay.
time credit.
Compensated.
whatever you wanna call it, you can call it blue elephants, they can't get additional time, they can't get additional time because of because of what how exempt is defined. And that's just the way it's defined.
It
So-
is the law.
It's earned.
It doesn't
But 1
mean,
minute.
it doesn't mean there isn't some other system, but you can't just say, oh, well, we can just say we're gonna have our people earn it anyway. Well, we can't if we have defined it as exempt employees. Exempt employees don't get additional time because they're exempt employees.
Exempt employees generally make a higher salary, which covers the extra time that they work.
I mean, they're highly compensated, which was removed.
Well compensated.
Well, the definition for
Well
highly compensated is legal
Also-
term, it's over 150K a year.
It's well compensated, because that's why we went from the highly compensated to well
We
compensated
even got
or
rid
well
of that
paid.
because that's subjective.
Okay. Do
But
we have
If
any?
you compare our salaries with other libraries, our salaries are higher for the same positions.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, if you've
They
done
are
a study.
not. Kate did a whole presentation. They are not.
Okay.
They're the same.
You know
So-
what, does
sorry,
anyone
go ahead.
have anything new I mean,
Donna might.
Donna, go ahead.
I just want to state, I mean, what you decide is what you decide, but if I stayed here and worked until the job was done, I would be here 24 hours a day and still not have the job
Same.
done. This gives employees no ability to draw a boundary and have a life, and you're not considering employee wellness here at all. That's what this tells me. That's why
I
it
don't
does
think anyone's asking you to stay until the job is done. There's obviously things that can wait to the next day.
But
We don't value their time
You know
enough
what,
to say that
everyone
we
has
want
their
that.
own opinion. We've, I think, discussed this, we've talked about the law doesn't support it, we've talked about people should be, humanitarian, shouldn't be expected to work and not be compensated, we've discussed everything. I think we're ready to roll call
We have
that.
a motion on the table. We just haven't.
That's what
voted.
I'm saying, I just asked for a roll call for your motion.
I guess for just one statement that I've not said yet is
Yeah.
that if this passes, I would like a clear definition of what is expected of me. And if I'm expected to stay till midnight and then still come in and not take any time, I have a family life, I have 2 young children, my mental health will be more destroyed than it already is. I wanna know what the expectations are, if this goes through, because I want clarity on what my job is, cause I am, to be honest, very confused.
Okay.
So,
And
we have the
a
motion.
that
I
we
understand, I'm just discussing toward the motion. If this were to pass, I recommend that we have a collaborative discussion among the board, subcommittee, or however we're gonna do it, and the exempt staff, to see if we can create a something that meets the letter of the law, but still provides them some.
But can I ask why that wasn't done prior to this?
I don't know why. We're trying to get the document through. We're not going to rehash the why that we've now.
But I feel like
you've now asked it.
I don't
I
even
am
think-
trying to provide a time for us to do this.
I understand that, and I
Okay.
appreciate that, but I feel like we would have saved this whole
Okay.
evening if we just would have I don't understand the rush to push
Okay.
something through that it has a lot of questions still.
Okay,
And typos.
there is no question, it's very clearly stated that they are not exempt employees are not due overtime. They are not due compensation. It's in the law, in the state law, okay?
Federal.
And it's also, human resources here in the company has said, you need to remove that statement, it's in conflict with the law.
No.
Okay, that's it. Beth has made a motion, and I want to call that
And the
vote
work
right
that
now.
we're getting out of them, if they have to do this for free, we are basically saying, we are taking the work of a whole nother staff person and we're putting it on them because they're not getting compensated for the additional duties they're doing on top of their regular jobs. Because we can't hold a meeting that ends at a decent time, because you continue to put things on the agenda that we're not prepared for. We don't value their time enough. We need to start streamlining the agendas and only putting the things on it that the board is prepared to do. Because this can't keep happening. I'm just done with these late meetings and not compensating our team for that. This is appalling.
It was on the
You
agenda.
keep saying the same,
This
wait,
agenda
I'm
is
sorry, you
too
keep
long.
saying the same thing.
It's too
I have
long.
called the vote.
I vote yes. Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Liz Thomas, no.
Jan McLaughlin, no.
Do you wanna call Christine?
Christine?
Christine Fitzgerald, no.
Maura?
Sorry, this is a hard one because I think the current system is logistically a nightmare. And I know you have another section in this that awards days, so I'm trying to figure out how to reconcile this and I can't.
Consider the source for the change. Came straight from the lawyer. You know, we all
Who said that
insisted.
we're a separate?
She's voting, she's voting. Think about it.
I'm gonna, I don't think it can exist the way it is now, but I think we should consider it. But on this particular motion, because I know it's coming up again in another section, I have to say no.
Okay, vote doesn't pass.
So can I ask a question?
Yes.
I would like to explore Jan's idea of collaborating with our staff to figure this thing out. Because nobody should work for free.
Someone might want to make a motion?
Jan, you wanna put that in a motion?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that, a, board, staff, group discuss, setting up, discuss exempt time and, family life. How's that?
So basically you want to stop the whole employee, the whole system, you don't want to continue with this tonight?
That is not what I'm saying.
That's not
I'm
what
just
she's
saying
saying.
that we're gonna talk about, we're gonna get together and talk about how we
A way that
implement
we
this
can figure
change.
this out.
Yeah.
I would second that.
Isn't there another section that references days?
Yes, that's what I'm just trying to find it. It's supposed to be.
I couldn't find it either, but I know I read it when I was
So
skimming.
I
It was
second that motion,
two-
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Roll
And I will
call.
serve on that committee if you would like me to.
Maura Ryan, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Liz Thomas, no.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Morocco, yes.
Chris? Dean?
Christine Fitzgerald, no, because I think it's referenced elsewhere in the document.
Well, can you find it for us, Christine,
No
because
one
we
could
can't
find
find
it.
it.
Section eight.
Oh, section eight.
Scheduled for frequent hours.
It's the last paragraph.
Let's see. Oh, that's right, that's right, we wanted to suggest a floating holiday,
Yeah, one day.
one
Or-
day.
For the 60 hours.
No.
That makes sense.
One day for exempt employees and, 2 days for,
So that's not comparable.
the,
That's in this, no,
That's like
that's,
giving them a polo shirt.
it's under page 5. Page 5.
The last
Last
paragraph on page
paragraph.
5. The bottom there, yep, I think you got it.
That
So-
actually was your idea to answer for compensation.
It's not compensation.
That's correct, because we can't compensate
So
it.
that vote failed.
We're adding a,
I'm so
uh,
confused.
well, we get to that when we get to that.
If we give somebody a banana and said we bought them lunch for the week, that's not it, but that's what that
Okay.
is.
Well, you know, are we gonna do the next section?
Okay, so we're not gathering with staff to figure this thing out? Did that
No,
vote
that,
fail?
that passed,
Oh, it
that
passed.
passed.
That passed.
So is there, can I just ask, is there like a group of people that's gonna contact us?
Oh, I
How
don't
is
know,
that
but I'll
going to look?
I would volunteer.
I will volunteer.
Me too.
Okay, there you go.
So you're asking the staff if their bosses should get overtime or not?
It's not
No,
overtime.
we're asking-
Or
we're
should
asking-
get
No,
admin time?
we're asking a group to come up with
A plan.
a plan of
That
how
everybody
it's,
can
how
agree
it's
upon.
implemented.
It's collaboration.
Collaboration, we're gonna
Input.
talk about it.
We're gonna
Doesn't mean we're
discuss.
changing any
You're
of it.
still, no, of course you're changing something. It says admin time is, it says that exempt employees are not, you know, do not earn extra time or
Correct.
extra. Okay, and you're coming up with a creative way to have
No.
staff,
That's not what I'm
Come up
saying.
with that.
I'm not saying we're gonna come up with a creative way. I'm saying we should talk with the staff about how to implement it. And, it may mean that we talk about it and say, well, legally, we can only do this much. So since we can only do this much, that's what we have to say, but we at least have talked about it to see if there's some other way, like, you shift your hours the next day, or you have 7 days to take the time, or whatever. So
And-
that would be.
And in addition to that, depending on what we come up with, you know, we may end up saying, they leave at 9 o'clock, because we can't come up with anything beyond that.
Yeah.
But again, I really wanna cut the meetings, because if we
Well-
cut them out of the meetings, then we're really
Well,
shooting
we
ourselves in the
can't
foot.
leave at 9 o'clock because someone has to lock
Right.
the building.
True.
Well, that can be, we can find a way to do that too.
No.
In many towns, the people who have the keys to the library are the library board of directors, not the librarians, not just the librarians.
All right, we should move on.
But that's a whole other thing.
Next section, Madam Chair.
so I guess we can't
Appointment?
vote on this, so why would we even move on?
We can vote on it. All we've said is that we will talk together with some exempt staff about how to,
Figure it out.
In all honesty,
Lit-
we're a board, we should talk to the library staff.
occasionally,
Just
yes,
saying.
good idea. But we should do that.
Yeah.
So we're just setting up that, we're gonna talk about it. It doesn't say we're changing any of this. We're just saying we'll talk about how to implement that. That's all it said. That was the whole motion. That we're gonna get together with some exempt staff to talk about how to implement this change.
Okay, so, okay, with
Right.
exempt
You know how you
staff.
had said like about making the plan and all that stuff? I think they're just trying to make a plan.
Right,
Yeah. That's right.
okay.
So we're gonna vote in
So,
the exempt employees, okay?
okay, go ahead.
And, hang on, so where it says, when needed, they may be asked to work additional hours for blah, 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 okay. No one is eligible for admin time. So we're gonna vote that in, but then you're going to go reconsider it.
No.
After you,
We're gonna come up with a plan.
We're gonna acknowledge that they work 60 hours, and we need to figure out a way to reduce that.
We're gonna come up with a plan, and maybe the plan is to scale back what each person is responsible for. Maybe the thing is we let something have to go that we have to go. We don't know what the plan is,
Okay.
because we have to discuss that.
okay, we're gonna vote on this, but we're also gonna consider, we're going to consider how we can somehow
Mitigate the
Mitigate
the
the impact of the
change.
loss of change, okay? Does that make sense to everyone? Okay.
Okay.
Christina, you all set with that one?
Yep.
Okay. Okay,
Appointment, I think is pretty straightforward.
Where are you?
Where are
Appointment
you?
6?
No,
No.
five
No,
has
skip over
problems.
5.
5, okay,
Wait,
non-discrimination.
did we finish 4?
There were no changes other than that. Oh, wait, hang on.
But there's a line,
The
it's
change,
underlined.
it says, there's, anything that was in the original policy, unless it's underlined, is not changed, okay, so it was the policy.
But there are underlines, like.
But no,
the-
I'm telling you, that's what I just said, we got
Oh.
the next underline is in part-time employees,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
And it says, part-time employees are normally assigned that are normally assigned less than 18 hours per week shall not receive the prorated fringe benefits other than those mandated by law.
This says per week may receive.
Maybe, no,
Well,
This one's-
it's still may, well, it says, well.
no, mine
It
says
says
shall
shall
not
not.
receive.
Mine says it shall not.
Mine says shall not also.
Oh, okay, I was looking at regular part-time, cause the word may is underlined.
Oh,
But
yeah,
the-
So that's where I thought we were.
The may is, the reason it's may is because the board technically can decide that part-time employees will not have some of those benefits that they currently get here.
So just to clarify, if we were to hire an employee currently, right now, that's regular part-time, you could say, no, you won't get those benefits.
We could set a date that says, as of this date, employees hired after this date and are part-time will not be eligible for vacation and prorated holidays and sick time. I look at Hudson, for instance, none of their part-time people have any of those.
Do
Because
you
those
wanna-
are
but
benefits.
Are we planning to put a date in with this
I
policy
think we need to
now?
be more specific then, and put a date in.
Cause if I were to hire, well, I mean, the children's librarian is the story, but from this, if there's no date in here from this time
No,
on.
we haven't-
it's just a possibility if we had to
It-
change something.
That's
in the
why it's
future.
may instead of shall in the part-time.
But the person being hired is gonna read that as, I don't know if I'm gonna get it or not, and then when would they know?
They would know
You
it,
should include it in the
you,
job description.
you would, you
Well,
know,
it is in the job description,
If
but
it
then
is,
you
then
can
it's
decide
fine.
to take it out, according to this.
it's technically when the position is, the person is put in the job. You've said, this is the person and this is why, and the board will make
And then at that
decision.
time, the board will say, okay, you can give them time or not? Not, like, I just.
We
I-
haven't, that was just a definition and why there's
I
may
know,
versus
but I
shall.
have to communicate this to people, so that's why I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand.
So, it's, the board has the ability to say no benefits for part-time positions.
And the only question I have is, when do I communicate that to the employee
When the-
who I'm hiring?
When the board has decided that they're going to do
The
that,
compensation.
they haven't decided that,
Okay,
okay?
And again,
I
the
still,
sec-
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm fine.
the
Well,
other
currently,
thing,
we-
the only
we
other
give
thing
them all
about
those
this
things.
is that if you have a policy, the policy shouldn't be by person. It should be, you know,
By
if
group.
we're gonna change the policy, if we're gonna correct the policy, you should say, you know, saying may is, oh, this one, I like this guy's look, so I'm gonna
No.
give him overtime, but,
No,
you know,
that's
I don't
not-
wanna give
that's-
that one.
That's not what we're
Overtime.
saying.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
not, it's not per
Well, that would be-
person.
That
It's
would
similar
be-
to the
It
insurance.
would be a group.
Where some people get certain levels of insurance from November, some people get it from July of 2018. It's just saying in the future, something might be added to that.
It might be changed.
So right now, they're not, it's not understood that they get it, but they may get it.
Right now, it is understood
get
that
it.
they get it.
Yes,
But
yeah.
boards
But I
can
mean-
decide,
Based on
Ye-
what it says,
boards can decide,
yeah.
some other board can decide that they don't wanna give it, or that they do wanna give it, or they wanna give something else, I don't know. But that's what the board decides, because the
Okay.
board decides those things, so that's all.
Okay, questions on that? Yes,
I have a question on the benefits,
on what?
the benefits.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. What about it?
I just wanna suggest that instead of BOT, it should be written out as Board of Trustees.
That should be consistent throughout the document.
Yes.
Liz?
Okay, yes, what?
I'd like to suggest under benefits that we change it to, for the purposes of this policy, the Board of Trustees defines benefits, including but not limited to, and this list, because there's stuff in here that they would get, like workman's comp and tuition reimbursement. So I just think we should say, including but not limited to.
So we're gonna cut workman's comp?
No.
No, I'm
Those
saying
are
it's
other-
beyond, like, there's more. Not cutting it, just saying there's more stuff.
It's not just these 6 things.
So I'm sorry, what's your wording then?
So it would be for the purposes of this policy, the Board of Trustees defines benefits as including but not limited to, and then the list of vacation, sick, etc.
Mhm.
And I guess I have to ask you, because this is straight from, the benefits that's not benefits within the employment law, and that's the list of benefits. So what is your reasoning?
So the reasoning is just that we do have some other things that we offer, like the tuition reimbursement, which aren't explicitly stated here. So it just gives you the flexibility of continuing to offer those things as benefits without specifically naming or limiting to just those 6 items.
All right?
Okay, let's move on. Non-discrimination,
There's a typo.
yep. And where is that? I'm sorry.
It's
First line,
It's
Yeah.
employee.
I think it's any employee, I think you mean against any employee.
Right.
Oh. YEE, right, yeah,
And it's
okay,
yep.
okay. Up, section 6, appointment,
There's a bunch of quotation marks next to benefit on the line, the first section.
Mhm.
oh, yeah, okay,
There's
Number
a,
2 is a mess.
there's an of missing between board and trustees.
okay, yeah,
So number 2, we should scrap that first sentence, the first 3 months of employment can be challenging adjustment. We're grown ups, we don't need
yeah,
that.
that's, yeah,
Get rid of accordingly. The employee shall be given a written critique at least twice during this time to encourage dialogue, which needs to be spelled better. And.
okay, so keep the rest of the sentence as is, right?
Yeah, but
Yep.
dialogue isn't
Okay.
spelled right. And then number 3, employees file, with an apostrophe. At the last line. That's the last sentence.
You do need
You need the
a,
apostrophe
in
there.
number 2, you do need to change this time to say first 3 months. If you're taking out the first sentence. So it should read, the employee shall be given a written critique at least twice during the first 3
Oh,
months
yeah,
of
there you go.
employment
That's
to
right.
encourage dialogue, et cetera.
That's fine.
I think, was that originally 6 months?
Yep.
Why
Yes,
would-
but we can't have a probationary period. That's why all of this has changed.
What?
We can't have a probationary period.
They're out. Well,
Why?
employees.
We can't have a probationary period. That's why
She's
it
asking
has
why.
been because that's what the lawyer said. We
But-
can't have a probationary period because it's not allowed. So,
But I'm not questioning the probationary period per se, although I don't understand that, but why was it changed from 6 months to 3 months?
I have no idea.
Can it be 6 months, or is that too long, or is that, why, I guess.
Actually, that would make it only after 6 weeks they would get,
2 meetings.
I don't think that's enough time.
yeah, I would say 6 months seems more reasonable.
Again, a meeting would have. Okay, so we can.
Because we're adding to it, it's not something that
So we
she
can do
suggested.
6 months on
6
that?
months, everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, yep,
Section 7,
I haven't got
I
Wait,
think we
hold
need
on.
to, well, I think the whole point is, the idea wasn't to wordsmith every line. It
Right,
was
but I can't vote on something I haven't read in
I thought the
6 months or whatever it's been.
okay.
yes, you have a
I
question?
have a question about this taking effect. So the number 3, this does apply to a current, actually, 2 current employees. So I feel that you need to put an effective date on it if you want it to apply to employees that are currently within their first 6 months of being promoted.
Well, the effective date would be understood by the date that it's established, okay?
No,
But
because
So
is
if
it
you're-
applying, is it applying at the time of being promoted, or is it applying to employees still within their first 6
She's
months?
talking about number 2 on the,
Number 3.
I'm sorry,
Number 3, yeah, yeah. If they're already into the cycle that they're already, then it wouldn't apply to them, because
Okay. So
that
this is only going to
policy,
apply to
it's
employees
only
hired.
new employees that this would
No,
apply to.
this was a,
But this
3
policy
is,
applies
3
for
is a
everybody.
promoted
promoted.
employee.
The beginning of the policy says it applies to all full-time and part-time staff. So you have not stated that it will only apply to those hired after a certain date.
Correct, so it would apply to the staff. I'm assuming it applies to the staff.
So
They're currently in the changes.
I'm asking that you add a date where it would be effective, because these employees are now being
Yeah,
forced
they're
to get
in a
2
training,
in
they're
like a
not-
shorter
yeah.
period.
Yeah, I would say effective, what's today?
Today is
Employees
December
hired
3rd.
after whatever date.
And
Promoted,
these are
Or
promoted
so.
after.
promoted after. And that would be 12, what's today, 6, 12,
No,
6.
3.
Oh, 3, 12/3/25, okay?
Mhm.
Employees promoted after 12/3/25 to a higher rank. Sound good? Okay, all right.
Excuse me.
bless you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm still reading, we can't move on because I don't know what it says here.
are you reading section 7 right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't understand why we're doing that.
Because we didn't do what we said we were gonna do.
But
I'm
But it's
telling you
been
right now,
on, it has been on the agenda for a number of months.
It
Yeah.
was
So
an
at least
old
the,
agenda.
at least
We met
the,
last week and said we weren't touching this until at least.
it doesn't
January.
matter how many times
And
were we
then-
supposed to
I'm
vote
just
on
saying,
it, it was
Liz,
that
you
same day.
just sent an email on the
How many times
27th.
have you been supposed to read this, cause we were gonna vote on it?
Liz,
Many times.
on the 27th, it is the 3rd.
Okay, thank you very much.
Less than a week ago, you said we
This
were
has not
touching this.
changed, okay? Layoff recall, hopefully we've never had, I don't think we've ever had to do it.
That's
Mhm.
not
And
true.
hopefully
No,
we,
we
That's
have.
not
No,
true.
we have,
we have, oh,
Yep.
okay,
we have.
okay. So this is, I'm
Not
sure this
recently.
policy has, been here for
We're
a long
on
time.
page 5 of 15. If you wanna keep doing this, then we'll be here until tomorrow.
Good,
like,
we'll
we
spend the
should-
night with you, Beth.
No, we should be doing responsibly.
We're not, we're gonna
Putting this off.
continue, period.
Because you said
Okay. All right,
so. This is silly.
okay,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
yes,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this document as currently written and, move that we revisit it, in the first meeting in January, to make any changes. We will not be, wordsmithing through the whole document. It just doesn't make sense, and that was pointed out to us.
do we
So-
have a second?
So I'd make a motion that we accept this document as currently written and then
Why?
review.
Okay, do we
Just a
have a
motion.
second?
Because we need to get through it and
I'll
what
second.
other things.
I'll second. Okay,
Oh my God.
Point of order, I would not recommend that because you have not set an effective date for a lot of the changes that you've made. So if you put this into effect, it applies today.
yes, it does.
So you will have discriminated against the staff you have not reviewed yet this year. Because they will not be eligible for merit like half of the staff has already. Because you don't have an effective date for them as of July 1st.
Okay, we can we can get to that, because,
That's just one of the problems.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, you are opening yourself up.
Action are you asking?
You are
This-
opening
okay.
yourself up to discrimination.
all right,
I'll,
let's
Madam Chair,
explain again. Go ahead.
I'd like to do the motion. I'd like to accept this policy, as written, with, the proviso that current employees, in a current cycle of evaluation are still entitled to their current year cycle, as other employees have been. And it's all gonna be revisited at the January 1st meeting.
This document is riddled with typos, and you wanna accept it as our official thing that we put out into the world? It's just nuts.
Well, we should have the
Accept it.
secretary correct the,
Liz,
Typos.
stop making it about me, this is silly. It's
No,
okay
we're
to
not
say
gonna
you made a
stop.
wrong choice, and we
Okay.
should pick it
We
up
have a
next month.
motion
It's okay to do that.
to accept this, but to, it does not apply to as far as the merit, to the current employees or whatever,
okay,
the change.
I would
I'm not
like the
attaching myself
motion
to that one.
amended, okay? Because in the changes that I was going to suggest, the employees started their merit cycle on the 1st of July.
Mhm.
Anyone through the 1st of July has been given a merit, okay? We should extend the merit all the way through the 30th of June of 2026.
Mhm.
Therefore, every employee had equal, opportunity to get in this cycle, in this
Mhm.
pay cycle, a merit.
Mhm.
Does that make sense to
Yep.
everyone? Yes, Donna?
So the other problem is the COLA, because you don't have an effective date for that either. So as
But
of
they all
tomorrow,
got the COLA.
as
Everyone
of
got
tomorrow,
the-
you
got
could
the
be
COLA.
removing everybody's COLA for this year.
No, the COLA is just there.
No, you're
It's
not.
not July
It's
first. It's
not.
an hourly rate. It's an hourly rate. So if you don't spell out that you're starting it as of July 1st of 26, that's going to be a problem.
Okay?
Okay,
So, okay.
we're gonna
so
continue.
I will do the
Wait, there's a
motion
motion.
again.
Okay, no.
The motion, I
Jan,
withdraw the other, no,
Before you do the motion, I think we need to continue to, actually change the wording on things like merit, COLA. This stuff should be,
well, COLA's not in here anymore.
no, COLA, we have the ability to say that the board, the reason merit and COLA is removed is only because we're dependent on the voters voting on that amount of money to give us, okay? There's nothing to say under merit and COLA, either or, both, that the board will make every attempt, based on, to give a COLA based on, the ability of the vote of the constituents. You can make that, you
And you
can
could also
say,
tie it
our
to the
intent
thing.
is, I'm sorry, what?
You could, but the intent was that it was gonna be tied to something. It was, the discussion was that it would be tied to the index, the inflation index or whatever. So that it was tied to something
Yes.
versus just 3%. But I'm fine with, we have a merit and COLA for this year, is effective through June 30th of 2026.
We can just do that,
Mhm.
yes?
Madam Chair, I know I cannot make a motion, but may I make a recommendation? It seems that the things that you're discussing also tie into other things throughout this document, just out of the organic way that they are designed. I'm not sure if it's prudent for us to make even those suggestions and then go, okay, we'll discuss the rest of the policy later, because Donna has made a lot of recommendations regarding that. I think we should just, in my opinion, and the board can take it as it is, I know I'm not a board member and I do not vote and I'm not trusted, that we just pause on all of this and then again say in January, like someone had recommended, that we discuss it. I think it was Jan that recommended. Because I think there's a lot more to this than just looking at the merit and the COLA and fixing those in the document, because I think those affect other things. So I think it could create more problems by just saying, okay, let's approve those stuff and then we'll deal with the other stuff later. I think this is a really serious document, and I think we have to take it seriously. And I think I know it's been on the agenda, I know that, I understand that, but there's been many different versions of this document that's been on the agenda, and I think it's quite unclear. If we say this document here, that this one here that you recommended, the revised, those dates, we will be reviewing this in January, then everybody knows this is the document we're reviewing in January, and then we can come to that meeting, hopefully, and maybe have a meeting with the staff, as Nancy has recommended, between that. I don't, it's,
asking the attorney to review this document if we're not going to go by her recommendation.
Correct.
Yeah, no, we have an employee, we have an attorney who's an employment attorney.
She recommended that
Nancy
you not
and
touch
Beth
this.
had said, we need to have her review it. What she did is based on people saying, oh, we don't like this now. She said, well, then if you don't like what I said, you can do what you want.
That went down, but
Okay, that's how it ended up.
I'm
I'm-
well on the record as being against this, so
Okay.
when lawsuits are eventually filed, which you are setting yourself
We
up
love,
for.
I know you love to say
I am
everyone should
well
sue
protected.
us. I know
am
you love to
surprised
say
that you
it.
are so confident
Okay,
that your names are going to appear on more complaints.
It's-
Like, you should not feel so confident, because you're making huge mistakes, and everybody is advising you to just put it aside.
we're
Nothing
gonna
bad
stay here till
happens.
midnight if it takes till midnight.
Nothing
We
bad
are gonna
happens
get
to
through
you
this.
if you just put it
So if
away
you
for a
wanna
while.
continue talking, you're wasting our time, okay?
I think there's a motion on the table.
There is.
Yeah, it's been seconded.
What's the motion?
It has not been seconded.
Yes, it had been.
Oh.
Motion was to add the term of the merit and COLA for this year is per the previous version for all employees who are currently employed.
In accepting the document as presented,
Yes.
okay? And I seconded the motion.
So, wait, can we just have a bit of discussion? I mean, I kind of wanted to go through the whole thing because I don't know where we're leaving some of this stuff. And I thought if we do the effective date that it changes in July, are we going to say something else for next year? Like, are we going to put in a plan for next year, or what is the idea?
The idea would be that we would,
It will continue until June
June 30th.
June
Great,
30th.
so what I'm saying is
of
what
this
happens
year.
on July 1st, 2026?
Right now, if this doesn't change between now and whenever, there isn't a guaranteed merit
Or COLA.
check, and there's not a guaranteed COLA. Because that's what's taken out of you.
Because according to the lawyer, just remove the whole thing.
Correct.
The only reason we're setting a date is because
make sure
it's
that
not fair that some employees got a merit and others wouldn't get it. That's why we're setting the date.
Okay, and are we putting in a plan in place for July 1st, 2026? Are we gonna say we'll consider something else, or what are we
Yeah,
doing?
well,
My
the plan was to go
recommendation,
back, to come back and
yeah,
with
my
the changes.
recommendation is at that time, for those two things, that we actually put in, saying that the Board of Trustees would like to offer a, COLA or offer merit based on what our, what we've been given for from the taxpayers. We can't guarantee something when we don't control the money. So we can't say, oh yeah, we're gonna give you this stuff. and then the taxpayer says, no, we're not gonna give you the money.
So are we gonna set a date
It's
by
a
which we
bottom
make a
line, we can
decision?
pull it from anywhere so that we can pay the staff.
I'm sorry, we're gonna continue vote. There's a motion on the, and I've seconded it, so we're voting on it.
May I ask my question, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
I'm asking, you just talked about the budget for FY '27. If you approve this as is, the town council has every right to turn back to you and say, you're gonna remove your merit and your COLA from your salary lines, because your contract does not say you have to provide them.
I think that's what Kate was speaking to, that if it's in the contract, what do unions do, right? It's in their contract.
Personnel policy.
Personnel policy. So if it's in the personnel policy, then they have to support it.
And
Just like if
again-
it's in a union contract, they have to support it.
But again, those are companies that have their own funds.
There's union contracts in this town.
Right.
Yeah,
Police, fire,
and the-
DPW.
And the town would be responsible to cover that
Just
money.
as this town would be responsible to cover this. What's the difference?
The difference is that obviously you're not a union, okay?
I understand
So
that,
they
but
don't-
this
they're
is a
not gonna pay
contract.
us.
But this is a contract just like a union
If
contract.
you pass this, what stops town council from saying, then cut it all from your budget? So not only have we cut 51,000, but you're gonna cut the rest of it.
Mhm.
Because
It's
you
not
have
reasonable
nothing,
to think that they would do that.
you have nothing to say that they can't.
So we should leave thousands of dollars in the contract just in case they say that we can't have
No, I
it.
think you should leave thousands of dollars in the contract to protect your staff.
Yeah, you want them to show up.
You know what?
It's a bottom line
I'm
budget.
going back to what Christine said. We insisted, certain trustees insisted that an employee, lawyer, look at this and make the adjustments. We've paid a lot of money to have that done, because it was a large contract, a large policy she had to go through, and it took her a couple of months. And now we're saying, oh, let's not do that now. We decided that's not a good idea.
I think
saying you should have talked to your staff.
I think Donna's
Because
trying to protect you guys and
I'm
to protect
telling-
us.
I'm not even a lawyer, and I can recognize the fact that that first area was, you're opening yourself up to discrimination. Now you're opening yourself up to your budget getting slashed. Which, like, you're saying you don't want, so why would you want this?
A budget committee member said, this is what you can do to protect yourself.
Don't we have a vote going on? You made a motion, and I second the motion. Are you, okay? There's a motion on the table, how do you vote?
Are you starting with me today?
Yes, yeah,
Okay, I vote for no.
okay.
Veronica.
Nancy?
Lisa Hendricks, no.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Christine?
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Maura?
I just have a question in terms of this.
Go ahead.
What happens I mean, obviously, the number's are already there, but if this gets approved, I'm concerned that we're not putting something in that says what happened, I guess it doesn't matter.
Again, this is a living document, it can be changed
No,
next
it
month.
can't. You're gonna set the budget.
So we're talking about this again in January?
I'm saying it's a living document, it can be discussed again in
I
January.
never got an ethics bill on, a code of ethics on the agenda, so don't count on it more. Cause there's no making sure it actually happens. So just be careful, because she said we weren't gonna talk about it until January, and here we are.
You've made your point, thank you very much.
Just
Don't
wanted to
keep
make it again.
bringing up the same subject, okay?
I can.
You can read it tomorrow on Facebook anyway. Okay.
Yeah, we can read it tomorrow on our Facebook page.
Okay,
Patty it all.
so,
We still need a vote for Maura.
Yeah, I get it, I still had a few more things I wanted to change, so I understand the overall idea behind it,
Well,
I do-
apparently people do not wanna continue, so we need to vote in or not.
Well, you already have the motion, so I guess, yes.
Motion passed, okay. Next thing on the schedule, let me see.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
So the motion was that you were going to accept this as written, so therefore it does not include any of the changes you've made tonight, is that
Well,
correct?
no, she said effective date for the merit and COLA.
Right, so, sorry, aside from the effective date for merit and COLA, the changes you've made tonight are not in effect.
No, I would assume that the,
any changes that we made up to the vote are gonna be in effect.
Yeah.
Because
That
we
wasn't
said
the motion.
as we've changed it now.
because
we
we're not,
don't
we
get-
have gone beyond.
We haven't gone beyond it, so
We haven't gone beyond
there's nothing
seven.
beyond that, those, yeah.
We've learned nothing.
Okay,
Is somebody updating this so I can post it on the website?
yeah, Jan, do
So
you
we
have-
will,
I
yeah,
have
we will
those.
need an updated version to be able to talk about in January.
I can make the changes we've made tonight,
Yeah,
and I can put a thing on the front that says current employees about the merit and the COLA, and the June 30th, 2026, as currently written in the other version.
So if you state that, are we to post the current version and the new version so that you can refer to both?
what do you mean?
So Jan's saying that
This is
It's
going to be
refer
the
to-
new,
it's going to refer to the current policy, so therefore you should post both versions.
From now until January, the January meeting.
we're only gonna make the changes that we voted on tonight.
But we're
I know.
referencing,
But Jan said she's referencing the current policy in her update on it. So therefore, both of them should be posted, is that correct?
No, I don't want two, no, we don't need two policies up there.
So then
If
how,
it hasn't been, if
how will the
it,
public know what she's
she's,
referring to?
no, what she's saying that we need to, in January, when we discuss it, we'll be looking at COLA and merit again, okay?
I understand, but what Jan is adding, as of what you approved tonight, is that current staff still fall under the current policy for merit and COLA until June 30, until July 1, 2026.
Mhm.
So how do you know what the current policy is if you don't post the current policy as well?
Well,
Hey, Jan, can I make a recommendation that you just kind of copy that one little section from the existing policy, include it in your statement,
sure.
so that way we're not working off two documents.
Okay, we're
we're working off
referencing
one.
that statement in, okay? Great idea, thank you, Christine.
so we'll get a copy of that in order to post.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
You will not have it first thing tomorrow morning.
I'm not asking for that, I'm asking for before the meeting in January,
oh, yeah,
which is not too far away.
I know it isn't.
With the holidays,
It
so.
isn't, okay. Let's get back to the, okay.
I just wanna remind, we do need to go into non-public, that needs to be done tonight, so I don't know what other things
You
the
know
board
what?
wants to discuss.
I think, let me look at this, because I think,
What about the contract?
Could I,
Jan, how quickly can you get through,
well, if people have read the financial stuff that was in the packet, we can get through it really quick. If they haven't, then it's like, well, you didn't read the packet, so you can't get through it really quick.
we can
I think-
defer this to the January
No, we
meeting?
can't defer it.
Okay, then.
We need
We
to,
just have a lot
okay.
of, we have a lot of questions regarding the,
Yeah.
the.
Okay, well, let's.
We did look at,
Let's,
we
okay,
looked at
good.
it, but,
Let's take a look at it right now, together,
okay,
okay?
so I have a,
which one are you looking at first? What page?
we're gonna start
Page
with
1 of
the
5, 1 of 6, right?
page 1 of 6, which is on the
Okay.
back of the agenda.
Do you want to review it, or we've all read it, and have them just ask the questions
They
that
can
they
ask
have?
if they wanna ask the questions, that's fine.
Yeah, reference any of the questions, okay?
Yeah,
But,
I can sort of start, if we're starting on page 1 of 6.
Yeah.
So I have several questions, but anyway, so first of all, all of these forms that you've given us, have the incorrect address. Our
Yes.
address is 276.
268B is the Board of
Is the
Trustees,
town.
is the Board of Trustees address.
Since when?
At the town hall, our
Well, that was another
boxes.
one of my questions. I remember that we talked about that, but we never voted on that.
We
Yes,
talked
we
about
did.
doing it from the town, we talked about doing it.
We wanted to go to the
We
post
talked about
office
it,
and
but
you
we-
wanted, and we
We
said that
talked
we
about
would.
it, but we never voted on it. So that was an item, so I don't know why mail is going there if we didn't vote on it. So that was a question, and on that page, so, let's see. And then when you made the transfer from Citizens Bank to TD Bank, my question was there any oversight on that, Jan?
Other than the pieces of paper from the various things, no.
Well, okay, cause we haven't seen any pieces of paper either. I mean, I haven't, maybe other people have, but I haven't seen any pieces of paper that indicate that this was the amount that moved from here to here, and how was that money moved? Was it a personal check, or how did that go?
The money moved from Citizens to,
Yes,
that was, they actually, it was in cash,
cash,
it went cash.
like dollar,
Same number that
$20,
came
$30
out.
dollar, really?
No, the first one, the $24,000, that was done by a check, a bank check.
Okay, so that was
And
the
the-
check that was written from Citizens Bank
To the new bank.
to the new bank.
From the trustee account.
So
At
are there
Citizens.
receipts for that anywhere? Cause I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, there are receipts for that.
Are they in the receipt book?
They're in, I have them in the files that I have.
When are they going to be in the receipt book?
Well,
Because we haven't seen anything.
normally
Just for
we,
transparency,
I
like,
mean,
we should be able
okay.
to look and.
but normally when we've gotten the, treasurer's report, the quarterly treasurer's report, it's just a report.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
if you would like to see a receipt,
I think.
at
we
our
will.
next meeting,
Yeah.
I'll bring the receipts.
we'll bring the receipts,
that's fine.
okay?
That's fine.
That
Alright.
answers that
Yeah.
question.
Are they stored here?
They should be,
They
yes.
should be here.
Yeah.
No, they're not stored here.
Yeah, they
There's
should
a
be.
receipt, there's a receipt book, right? Cause
They
Donna
are
showed
stored
it to
here,
me.
we have a book that's shown to the auditors if they request it.
That's why we need copies.
Cause it's the town
Right.
money, so we should be keeping the records here.
The trustees actually are responsible for it.
Right.
But we have.
So, well, that's good. I'm glad. But, right now, the, receipts, I have most of the receipts, some of them I've already turned in, but most of the receipts I have.
Okay, can we make it a
You will
habit of
see
just-
them
And I
at the next
also,
meeting, okay?
also the, statements, we have not yet gotten the first statement of this. As far as I know, it may have come in this week. I have not been to the box, and I haven't heard that it's gotten delivered here. So, as some of the other things have, but,
It has
So-
been delivered here, but it was addressed to 276 Mammoth.
And it was put in your box.
We thought that you were asking for 2 copies, one to be sent to the trustees, because that's what the initial discussion was, that you were going to ask them,
268B.
that you were going to ask them to send one to your box and one to the library.
Well, I don't know.
And I believe they've been placed in your mailbox already.
They've been placed in the October folder in your mailbox.
Okay, I have it here.
Okay,
For the
again,
sake of transparency.
in January, we will provide the receipts, and then we'll provide the bank
But if I
statement
could
for
finish
you.
my sentence, we should have the originals all kept in-house here. That way, if Jan was away for anything, we're not scrambling trying to figure out, well, where are the records? All of the records should be here. If she wants her own copies, cool. Like, if she wants to go home and, review them, but all of those records should be left in-house. So
Point
that we
taken.
can all review them,
Point
because we're
taken,
all
okay.
financially responsible.
Point taken, we'll set up a procedure that the originals stay here,
They need to be,
and if she needs to work with it, she'll make
But
copies of everything.
it should be, but it also should be, secured,
Sure.
and it's, well, It's secured in file cabinets or wherever that we don't have access to.
That's not really the case.
It is the case.
What don't you have
How many
access
just
to?
say,
If you aren't here, or if
hand the key
Colleen's
on the
not
wall.
here,
I don't care.
I can't just like go in and get the book.
Well, certainly we would appreciate a phone call letting us know that when you're coming so we could prepare.
I understand, I'm just saying that technically it should be in the trustee's possession, not in.
It should be locked in the trustee's cabinet.
A copy could be in your possession, but we need to have the originals here so that, heaven forbid, your files are misplaced. We need to have them here.
And
we
Beth,
should
I
be able
just
to review
said
them.
that
Right.
they shall be stored in the trustee's cabinet here in the library, okay? Questions? Aaron?
Are we still on page 1? I don't have any questions on page 1.
Okay.
Page 2.
Page 2?
So page 2, we also had a question about the address, but it seems that the address is gonna be used where the mailbox is,
Yeah.
so that's clarified. I don't think it's really, I don't think it's appropriate that we're putting our Amazon account number on this statement that is now public to the entire town of Londonderry and anybody else who wants to read it. They now have our Amazon account number. That's uncomfortable for me. The date on the first line there, I don't know what that date is, and I don't know what it's referencing, because the 2 line is blank, so it just shows like 18,000, but I don't know if that's a deposit. I'm not sure what, it's a little hard to read the layout here. The Hooksett Library is actually a stop payment that was issued. And then the 29 in that same row there, I don't know what that is.
That was an uncleared check, so it's 29, it should have been $29, but it's $290, whatever it was, $29.
Well, I think whatever it was needs to
Whatever it
be
was
accurate,
needs-
because
I
this is
took-
a public.
I took it directly from the statement that was prepared like this of the check register. Same thing with the Amazon account number, it was on the list that was like this.
But that list doesn't go to the public. That list is just specifically for the board and for staff who does the reconciliation.
Okay,
If we provide it to the public, we would redact any account numbers.
And I don't know,
Maybe that should have got pointed out before it was posted.
Christine, it's
It's
not
not
my,
our job to edit.
No, I'm just saying that if someone noticed it, whoever it was,
It was too late by then.
said something.
okay, so the 29, I don't know what that is.
You
Again,
want okay. You're able to go in and delete the Amazon number, right,
Yeah.
Jan?
it's
Yeah,
her
well,
I don't have these documents
No.
original form, so
I'm
she's
saying,
gotta do it.
no, I'm saying she's
Yeah.
going to go and delete
Yeah,
the
the
Amazon
send
account
page
number.
learning, also, I don't know what that number, I'm assuming that's our account number next to that as well. It's what?
Invoice number.
Midwest Tape. No, it says,
It's invoice number.
Okay, so
That-
there's
It's all-
sometimes an invoice number listed here, but not always an invoice number
That's
listed
an
here.
invoice.
Playaway is not, an S, it's just Playaway.
okay.
Amazon Capital, again, looks like there's a account number
Yeah,
there.
that's gonna come off.
I don't know what this Baker and Taylor split, I don't know what that means.
That's how it was listed in the list.
It's split
Split.
if the check pays for multiple invoices.
Which a number of these should say split on them if you're gonna be consistent.
Yep.
That's what it says.
Midwest Tape, that number there, I'm assuming is an invoice number. There's not dates next to some of these things, like the Amazon Capital should have a date next to it. The interest earned, there's no date next to that either. The previous balance, it's from a bank statement, not a check register, so I don't know if that was referencing a bank statement. The check register had a different amount on it. The total is not correct, it should be 629289. So I'm not sure, and I think that might have been related to the hook situation.
Which number?
The bottom number, the total number.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the other checks for last fiscal year are cleared per bank statements through Citizens. So I'm not sure, the uncleared checks, I'm not sure what that means.
This was for the May statement. May bonds.
I was looking at page 2. Are you looking at page 2?
Is this
Page 2
something
and
that,
3 go together.
that,
Well,
Jan, that you and Aaron can sit together and do, and clarify
no.
this?
Yeah,
No,
we all need to see it.
this is, this May,
where does it say May on this the second page?
second page says May on,
No, I was
Third
looking at,
May
I'm looking at page
25.
2.
Page 2, May 25 at the top.
Next to uncleared checks. Go over the left a little bit more.
May 25 right here,
Oh,
okay?
okay, so this is for the month of all May.
Yeah.
May. Yes. And the other one is for May for the trustee account.
This is the book account, this is the trustee.
And this again is May 25.
I'm still uncomfortable with our account numbers on the.
We're gonna remove those.
Noted.
Those will be removed, okay?
Well, this is a different account number, that's why I'm just mentioning it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not, so if we're looking at the trustee account now, the May book account ending balance is different than what we had. We had a different account, which I mentioned on the other page. And then the May trustee account, it says May trustee account balance. I'm confused by that, but total trustee funds, it's not total trustee funds, it's total funds because it's both the book and the trustee account. The book is not trustee funds. The book is a separate account.
Correct. These are total funds that are included in this.
Right, total funds, not total trustee funds.
Okay.
And then the amount on that is wrong, it should be 49,117.67. Also, my name is spelled wrong, just FYI.
Where is it spelled wrong on this? Oh, yeah, from there.
Matlin. Also, there's no June, July, or August, or September, or interest or reconciliations on this document, so if it's just May, we're missing the June, July, August, September information.
And part of me, if it's located somewhere else and I just haven't seen it, but where did we put that $3,000
Oh, yeah.
that's still missing? Did that ever get transferred back over to where it needs to be?
What $3,000 are we talking about?
When Erin had gone through, because she had meticulously gone through those giant spreadsheets.
We never made a decision of what to do with that.
We've deferred that.
No,
It's
those
gonna
are
be-
the,
At the last meeting,
those were the, thank you, my brain, it's late, unanticipated funds, I believe we were gonna talk about that as a separate.
Yeah, we never
From my knowledge.
talked
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, I
We
just
never
wanted
made
to-
a decision on
okay,
it.
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't losing sight of it.
No, they're still there.
Okay.
That was deferred to January, okay?
Do you want me to continue? Sure. I'm looking at page 5, which is a blue, coloring.
Yep.
I guess it's book account, we don't have a receipt for the 10-3 deposit.
Yeah, you gave me a list of those.
Okay, that's included in that. The amount that you have for the deposit is, you wrote 212.89, it's actually 2128.89.
Where's this one?
The second line under 1017 deposit, the number is not correct.
21.
It should be 2128.89.
So you're saying it's $21,000 deposit?
No, I'm saying it's $2,128.89. And you're missing $8 in your amount.
Okay.
It should be deposit from cash fines, it is fines and lost and paid, not just paid. The deposit for USB is, and earbuds, it includes that as well.
Mm-hmm.
For consistency's sake, if we have the date looking the same throughout the document, that would be helpful. But under 23-October deposit, it should be book budget allotment, not from town check number 700. It should be clear as to what that is. There, 1031, there's interest from citizens for a penny, and there's interest from TV, that's $20.64, that is not listed. 1017, you're missing fines, fine amount, copies amount, earbuds, USB drives, lost and paid, which is a total of $2,128.89, which defines that number that I corrected at the top.
Yes, those all are delineated, you're right.
But that's how we got to that number,
Correct.
which is different than your number. So I was just explaining how that came to be.
Well, wait a minute, what's your number?
Mine or hers?
2128, so it's 8.89.
Right, no, I thought we were down at totals on
Nope.
it, sorry.
Nope, we're just
Yep,
midsection, I guess.
got it.
The October 30th date that you have, the money from closing citizens account didn't happen until 11/14, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that amount was 40,423.36, not the 41 that you have listed there.
It was 40, what were you saying, 40?
Yeah, no,
Yes,
she
No,
just
I'm
wants-
asking what your,
She
what,
just wants you
what
to
your,
repeat the number.
what,
It's $40,423.36
For TV.
for TV, yes.
So it wasn't 41,670.6?
Nope.
That's kind of a
Did
big
you-
difference.
So
Did you get that number?
that
Jill?
was the TD number. Then there was still, the money from citizens was $1,275.89. So combined, it's a different number than what Jan had for $41,699.25.
this TD account only covers up until the end of October.
Right, but you had documentation
For
for,
November here. You have October and November on this blue box.
Okay, but you were giving me information that was from TD Bank, right?
All the information that, all the information that you have, we also have, and that's how we got these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
so we're saying that the money from closing citizens, that number that was taken out of citizens is correct, the $1275.89.
Mm-hmm.
What is missing is that total you have for the balance, the 41,000, that one is the incorrect number.
We can have some oversight and use some of
Do you have actually a copy that you've made the change on? Can she get a copy of that?
So here's my frustration.
Mm-hmm.
The staff were previously doing this job, and the board was not trusting that we were doing it correctly and wanted to take that role back. That's fine. But now you have a lot of inaccuracies, and you're asking us to
Somewhere there's an
provide.
inaccuracies, we're not sure where it came
No,
from.
we know exactly where it came from. It's all written right here.
So why, if you're gonna have us provide this, why not just have the staff do it to begin with? Because you're making our job harder. That's what I'm saying.
This is,
It's not on us to be double checking this every single time you
no,
present.
if we
I agree.
didn't,
Right.
if we didn't double check this, these things would not be noticed.
So.
And then you guys would be approving a potentially a trustees report, which I'm not sure this is what
well,
that is.
It's, I don't know. what
That
this
is not accurate, and that could put you guys in a situation where you could be in some trouble with the auditor or whoever it is that's gonna be looking at this document.
So rather than your checking them, why don't you just provide us with and I'm not, that Jan will do her copy, but then she'll check against your copy.
But then now we got two people doing the job, which is exactly what we're doing here.
Knowing that one of
And
them
we
is wrong.
were doing that. The staff was providing it, and then it was Jan's responsibility to double check it. and that wasn't working for you.
And so,
I
So
make a
this is where we
motion-
are.
this is where we are.
I'd like to make a motion that we give this responsibility back to Colleen. She's good at it, and it's done accurately and on time. I think it's okay to say something's too much, and we know what works. So I'd like to make a motion that Colleen takes us back on.
Second.
Discussion, anyone? I think that the trustee should be, Jen is the trustee
She
for
can look
finance,
over.
and she should be the one checking things.
She could be involved, but
But that's what we were doing before. Colleen was doing it and then Jan was checking it.
All
and
she
then,
got was a report and she read it off. That's
Right,
all
no,
she
that's not all she got. She
She
would
got
get the
everything.
statements and the deposit slips and all of that. She would get that to compare it with that piece of paper.
Okay, so what,
Colleen
the
is
change
right
you're
here if you
looking
wanna
at
ask.
is for Colleen to do the regular report like you have there.
To
and
do what we were
provide
doing
her-
before.
And provide her with a copy of it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if that's acceptable.
Do you have a problem with that, Jan?
Only that, it's the board's is supposed to be in charge of the funds.
Right, and we're failing.
Well, again, the
our
final
spending.
copy will be in your hands.
The board will still have to approve it, absolutely.
But we'll have, I mean, right now, you've provided it, you've given it to them, and they're saying, okay, we don't agree. At this point, they're gonna give it to us, you're gonna do your thing, and then we're gonna determine why they're not agreeing, and then we'll come back and talk to the staff. The final document will be from the treasurer, okay? So we're not taking away your responsibility.
The final so to my understanding of how this is, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that Colleen would create a document just as she had in the past.
Yes.
We would, and then give that to Jan to review before the meeting, as we had done in the past, because I think we did it even
And
with
she'll
Carol
compare
when
them
she was.
both, and if there's any.
Well, she can compare it with her notes, certainly.
Yeah,
And then,
if there's any inconsistencies, resolve it before it goes to the board for
and then the
approval.
final report would go to the board for approval.
Yes, yeah.
It works.
I have a question on that. Will the form that Colleen works on, will it include all the information that Jan is requesting?
It always has. All the information that's been on the original treasurer's report when Colleen was doing it when I was first here, had all the information that the Attorney General needed. There was never any issues with the report that we submitted to the Attorney General. Every time I submitted a report, the annual report to the Attorney General, there was never any issues back from the Attorney
And
General.
again, there may be things that we need to know that the Attorney General
The
doesn't
Attorney
need
General
to be
is just gonna
reported.
say, check, you've sent it in,
Yeah,
Yeah, so,
okay? It just,
Maura?
I'd actually like to use my trustee objection because I'd actually like to do some research on this before we make any decisions.
Okay,
so
so we're gonna
we can't,
put this
we
on
can't
the-
approve the report then.
on the January meeting. We'll-
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
The January meeting
Madam
will
Chair,
complete this.
so if we're going to do that, then I would like to request that some of my questions around this be answered as well. So, I want to know when we're going to have an official treasurer's report that we can file with the state, because we haven't filed anything. And I would like to know the answer to this question. What are the ramifications and the implications for not filing treasurer's reports with the Attorney General's office?
We'll follow
So-
up with that,
okay,
and in
so-
the January meeting, get that answered for you.
Okay, and I'm not done, I have
Okay.
more. So when and we haven't submitted our annual report, have we?
No, we have not.
Okay, so, I mean, all of these financial are a train wreck. So, you know, we gotta get this together. We have
Okay.
to get this together.
Only because I wanna make sure that I address your
Yeah,
concerns. Will you
I
give
will
me an
yeah, I'll
email,
send you an email.
and I will follow
Yeah.
up with that,
Yeah.
okay? Donna?
So the town typically asks us to send the annual report in by January 1st? And right now, you haven't approved the last quarter of it's for the last fiscal year. And you haven't you haven't approved the last quarter's report.
So we
So
have
we
about 2
cannot-
weeks to do that.
We cannot give them an annual report that you've approved for the town report.
Okay. Jan, if I work with you, can we get this done in 2 weeks, you think? If they give us the information?
You have all
there
the
was an
information.
Okay,
annual
we have
report
it.
generated for that.
Huh?
There was an annual report generated for that. cause we saw it when we went through it with the, auditor.
There is a draft that has been submitted to the auditors, but the board has not approved it.
And that was,
that's- That's the annual report, and that's.
treasurer's report. Okay, provide that to us, we'll review it and bring it, oh, you have a copy of it already?
Mhm.
Okay. So we'll have to approve it.
So what are we to tell the town when they ask us for that by January 1st?
cause that's another thing that we're gonna be late on.
Because I haven't done it, because we haven't approved the last treasurer's report. Because I need 4 treasurer's reports to do an annual report.
Okay, and you have the first 3. You're looking for the last quarter,
Which has to be
Correct.
approved by the board.
okay? Can we get within a week the last quarter approved?
You're not gonna have it approved if,
No, I mean, reviewed.
you're not gonna have it
No,
approved,
yeah,
cause the board has to meet to approve it.
no, I know. Well, we have a meeting with Aaron probably next week sometime.
I don't, the date is not.
We don't have a
No,
date
we have to
set.
establish it.
Yeah, I gave options for dates.
So, I'm saying that
Monday
at,
we have the
Yeah,
The-
Monday is the town presentation for the budget.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, next week when we meet with you sometime next week, if she can have everything ready, we can approve as a board.
So Madam Chair, we just have to get our fiscal house in order.
Yes.
Because this is a mess.
Yes,
And this was not a mess until we decided as a board to take it over. And as I recall, again, we couldn't wait to get our hands on this stuff. And we have made a train wreck out of this. So we have got to get our act together. That's all I have to
And
say
we're
about
going to
that.
be spending a lot of money because the board voted to have an event, like, what's the word, not an
The
internal audit or something.
Well, we haven't voted on that yet. We
Yeah,
wanted to
we're
explore.
talking about it, it's gonna cost us a lot of money.
So, yeah.
okay. Let's
all I have to
resolve
say
to
about
get
that.
at least by next week, the last quarter to Colleen, so that she can prepare the annual report.
We have to vote on it.
And we will vote during Erin's review next week, okay?
Well, whenever it happens, cause we don't know what the date is gonna be.
Well, we're going to very hardly, we're gonna try to get it next week, okay? It can't, we can't keep postponing it, okay? So can we resolve that that's what we're all gonna work towards doing?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
And Jen, anything you need for me to help you, please, okay, reach out, we'll talk.
Okay?
Okay, and Colleen, we'll try to get you by the end of next week, the last quarter, okay? Will that help? Okay, good, okay. Does
Madam
that
Chair?
take care of this?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion that we waylay the rest of this agenda and go into non-public.
I have to second that because it's 11:05. We
I
need to.
can't really see the clock.
Yeah,
over
it's
there,
11:05. I think we
Right.
definitely need to do that.
All right.
Donna?
The only issue with that is that we had asked to discuss spring programming and we need a budget for spring programming. And that is set to start in January.
And I did ask
Okay.
for that to be on the agenda.
Okay,
So,
Okay.
I mean, we could try to get through it fast if you want. We have a number.
well,
all you have to do is say yes.
basically, I wanna know how your number matches to what our budget is right now. Does your number does the budget that you have left for the springtime through the 1st of July, does that match and meet, or are you gonna be short?
So this covers spring, so that this does January through May. So summer still needs to be factored in.
And summer is split between 2 fiscal
Yes,
years.
yeah,
So-
1 month in this year, and 2 months next year, yeah.
So we haven't figured out our summer budget yet because we don't know what that programming looks
Well,
like.
you have to see
So
what's,
this will be covered in this budget, we just don't know how much will be left for summer.
yeah,
So, and to you were speaking of earlier, the board does have money in their trustee account to assist with programming, and we can certainly ask the Friends if they would like to sponsor any. So that could help.
again,
How much money?
We
do you
have-
ask for?
we were talking $1,500, we're not talking about $40,000 for.
I'm not asking for $40,000.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if the board does the board not have money in their trustee account to help sponsor programming?
They do?
So, it's something to consider, that's
Yes,
all.
okay, what,
What is
you
the
wanna
spring
discuss
programming?
spring programming right
Yep,
now?
yep.
And then that goes through May, right?
Yep.
And so
then it
whatever
would be
is left,
June, the month of June would be in this fiscal year.
Yeah.
And then July and August would be in the next
yeah,
fiscal year.
so what we have to discuss is, we're basically, you know, you set the programs. All we're doing is looking at the money. How much, okay, if what you've established for the spring programs,
Mhm.
whatever the balance is, has to cover the month of June, okay? Does that make sense
You mean
to
whatever the difference is has to cover the month of June?
You take what you spent up to now and, through, you know, and then you add what you project to want to spend for the springtime.
I
And
understand
see, and you should still be in the black for 1 month's worth of, in June's programming. You shouldn't be in the red, okay?
that. I understand
Does
how it
that make
works.
sense?
Yep.
So that's basically, I mean, you know, your programming is always wonderful. I don't think we need to question anything about that. All we need to
What's the
say is,
budget?
you know, is it within the budget? Just, that's all we're asking, it's gotta be within the budget.
We need to talk about the budget number.
Huh?
They were gonna present a budget number, so let them.
Yeah, so you
budget
have the
number.
money, the bottom line for how much
So
the
for spring programming,
Yeah,
we are requesting, which we have in our budget, but I'm
Yes.
asking, letting the
Yeah.
board know essentially that we would be spending around $7,300 for
okay,
spring programming. That's for children's, children's, teen, and adult.
yep. And right now, what is your balance? Right now, what will be your balance?
Look at the budget.
Yep. I think it's the last one. Hold on, I can tell you. That's here.
6,800 we provided for fall. It was 6,800 we provided for fall, I think.
I'm sorry, what else?
Yes.
I think it was 6,800 we had provided for fall, or we had budgeted for fall.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're talking 7,300, so you've got,
Yep.
is that correct?
11,500 is left
Is left
right
through-
now.
Through
Today.
That's the current balance in the account,
Okay.
management services.
11,300, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
500.
and
500.
500, I'm sorry, 11,500. And
You're talking
so
about-
when you're talking spring, what are the months?
We just said that from January through May.
Okay, so we're only
$7,300.
concerned then of what you spend in December, or what you've projected to spend in December, and plus the amount
I
from,
think December is pretty much all.
I think the only things left to pay in December are like reimbursements when people get refreshments for book
Which
discussions.
is like
So it's pretty minimal.
Okay.
$20 here and
okay,
there.
so you're saying we have 11,300, and you're asking.
11,500.
11,500, I'm sorry, I wanna keep.
Give me that 200.
I like that 3. And you're asking for
3.
7,300.
So I don't see a problem in that. Does anyone have any questions on that?
No.
It's under budget, right?
Looks like
I
that.
make a motion to accept the projected spring budget,
Of 7,300.
$7,300.
Second.
I don't think we need to even discuss it, do we? Roll call, Laura?
Yes.
Christine?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Liz Thomas, yes?
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
A unanimous vote.
Yay!
Okay,
Okay.
and was there something else that you needed to get through tonight?
Contracts, the one vendor we had did not supply the invoice to me yet, so it will be for January.
Okay, good, okay.
The only thing I wanted to mention, because it's in my director's report, but I just wanted to make sure I mention it, is that I did present for Leadership Londonderry on the 20th, and the slides that I used are in your packet, and it is up on either YouTube or cable, the presentation.
Thank you
So
for doing that.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, yes.
that was outreach, by the way.
The other thing I wanted to
Okay.
mention, okay,
Mhm.
is that I believe in January you're gonna post the children's position again?
Well, we're not, if it's.
Oh, no, you're not, yeah, that's
We don't
right.
know.
Oh, I don't have to worry about
We
that
don't
then.
know.
Yeah, we don't know.
If it depends with the town council, if
Okay.
they're like, you know, if
When
they
we've
say.
resolved the budget is when we'll post it.
Yeah, I
if
think,
we have it at
depending
that
on
time.
what since we're presenting on Monday, if the town council gets back to me before the January meeting and says, you know, no, don't do that, or whatever it is, we can discuss that in January.
Okay,
If it's a change. If they say, okay, fine, then it just stays the same and we do what we have to do.
and the only thing I would ask is that once you have the poster prepared, that we
I know you don't trust me on the posting,
No, it's
and,
not.
no, it's true, and, I will present it if there's any
if it
changes
happens,
to the budget, yes.
yeah, if it happens, okay, great, yes.
I know we have the non-public to go into, but I just wanted to get a quick update on the roof situation.
Oh, the mold,
Mold.
have you had,
I only have one quote right now, I'm waiting on 2 other quotes. So
Okay.
I actually might end up getting 4 at this point, cause one of them I have not heard back, so I may have to but I am trying to get quotes, yes.
I know that Laura's, one of her concerns is if there's mold, you know, are we being reckless in having a food pantry and having people come in and getting food?
Well, we don't
instead?
know what the results are
Yeah.
yet, so, and there's,
So,
Um,
Beth, she's got a mouthful. Are
so
you-
down here it's all, like, I don't know, I mean, I didn't do the test, I don't know.
It does, yeah.
But it's all tile floor down here, and there has not been any leaks in this area,
Okay.
so I think we're
And no
safe there.
varmints right now?
Varmints?
Yeah, animals.
No, I did find a dead mouse.
You
but-
did?
But according to our pet person, we've been pretty good throughout the building, so.
Yeah,
But there's been no issues in the food pantry with that.
okay,
But
okay.
there
So-
is that leak
yes.
that gets bucketed periodically, that's right by the front door in the, like the atrium area there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's potential that there could be a mold
Mold.
issue in that.
So you'll
Floor in
specifically
between.
have that looked at amongst everything
Well,
else?
the-
No, they're testing in each of the
The testing
zones.
will be doing, they're testing 6 different locations.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, and that
so-
will be one, right?
Well, they're testing certain areas.
Okay.
The more testing, the more
Mhm.
up the estimate is.
Yeah,
So, but they're testing the same 6 areas, I'm giving the same 6 areas to these companies. If we want more, then we have to go back and get more, but there's nothing I can do about it, I don't have the
Okay,
results. So
no,
as soon as
yeah.
that happens, I'll share the, estimates with you guys and we go from there.
okay. The other thing is, you know, for
Sorry?
transparency, on the, on can't even think right now. The Megan's issue, okay? Megan's issue
No.
that she did
No.
the,
Nope,
No? What are
No.
you talking about?
no,
you can't
okay,
talk.
okay. Don't worry about it, no,
Nope, that's it.
okay.
Yes, that was good.
We just
So-
wanted to share regarding that area of the roof leak by the front
I think what
entrance,
Jan's talking about.
that, E&E did make a fix as of, what day did it work, 11/3?
So hard to find. Yes.
November 3rd. They did do a fix that, cost a little over $1,000, that, it has rained since then, and we have not had the issue happen again.
So
Okay, so
it
that-
could be related, it could have been related to that, we just don't know.
Yeah,
The problem is with that leak that you're speaking of between the doors, and I've talked to Dave about this a lot, and I understand that I'm potentially partially to blame for not having it fixed, but that leak seems to happen if it downpours, we get nothing. If we get a light rain, it seems to have happened. But hopefully since this fix, we have not had a leak there, so hopefully that
the
fixed
fix
it.
is me.
I don't know if it was related, it seems to be coincidental, but we'll find out. as
And
we
we have
go on.
melting snow that may be, you know, another place that
Always a
things
potential.
finds their way, yes.
Always something.
Okay. Anything else that's pending that needs to be discussed this evening, other than our lack of sleep?
Did you want non-public?
I don't know if you wanna talk about the picnic table.
Can we do that at another time? Can we please go into non-public?
That's
Yeah,
something
let's
we're-
go into
It's
non-public
now
again.
25
The picnic
after.
table's not gonna be used for a few
No.
months right now. So let's go into non-public, okay? Do I have
I'd like to make a motion that we go into non-public session
Under,
under 91A, to,
Is it on the agenda?
three,
Three.
colon 3, 2A.
A. Thank you, everybody.
Well, there's still public comment, so
Yeah.
get ready.
Is there a second?
We need a second for that?
Second.
So we need a
Vote.
roll call?
Yes,
Roll call. Do we need a roll
Yes.
call?
Yes, we
I'm
do.
saying,
and I'm saying yes.
yes, oh, okay. Christine?
Maura Ryan votes yes, yes.
Yes.
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Would you like me to stay, or do you want me to step?
Oh,
Oh, thank you. And that's what I was gonna-
is an employee working for you directly, Donna?
No.
No, okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we reopen, in, public
We
section.
did that.
We did that already.
We have to make a motion to see.
Just
Oh, I need to make a motion to seal the minutes
for how
for
many
5 years.
5 years. Okay.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Maura?
Maura Ryan, yes.
Jan?
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Okay, Christine, yep. Jan?
Yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Welcome back. Okay, I think,
We have public comment.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think
that
that's the last thing.
Public comment
Or-
is the last thing we're gonna do tonight, okay? So we're opening it, and there's 4 of you, and you have 3 minutes or so each, okay?
Get up, Marguerite.
So, I'm Jen, the head of Children's Services, in case anybody doesn't know. So what I really wanted to talk about is, we talked about the admin time and blah, blah, blah. So I agree that, and I wanted to talk about the children's position too. I agree that that's the best thing to do. So it's not taking away from the other staff that's already here, because I don't want, they work hard, and I don't want, it's been tough to work here lately. So I don't want them to sacrifice anything. So I completely agree with the children's librarian position being put off. I do wanna say though that, I'm devastated by it. I've been trying not to cry through this whole thing because I'm really struggling by myself, doing all the children's stuff. It's a lot. It's like its own library, and it's just me doing it. So I just wanted you guys to know that this is affecting us a lot. And as far as the admin time goes, what's hard for me is that my ex-husband is in HR, and I went basically through his master's program with him and heard everything. And I do know that exempt employees can be asked to work more than 40 hours. The catch there, though, is he always talked about how in business, and business is different than the library, but in business, you also have to be adequately staffed. And we have not been adequately staffed. So we're doing more than we should have to do. I'm doing probably 3 times what I did in my last position. Having to do the children's, I work on reference, sometimes I cover circ desks. And I feel like I don't really have time to do the supervisory part, the admin stuff, because I'm so bogged down with children's. And again, I think we need to, if we need to cut that much money, it needs to be the children's position being put on hold. And I'm not arguing against that. I just kind of want it to be known. Like, for instance, staff has been calling out more lately for whatever reason, and we're scrambling to cover desks because we're not adequately staffed. I've needed a surgery since April that luckily I've been able to put off. It's my gallbladder, completely full of stones. I will be getting it in January, but it's one of those things where I don't have a backup person in children's. Colleen has done a lot of that for me, but there's not always somebody that can just jump in. So I have to think about vacations, I have to think about medical stuff, I have to have my spine fused. And I really had to plan that around, you know, my job, which again is fine, but it all comes down to adequate staffing, and that's really the issue. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration with this admin time too. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I did not cry.
Next.
Nick Marr, 5 Holly Lane. I would say that the behavior tonight, it didn't come as a surprise. Like, you guys were already fighting before the meeting even started. Liz, you telling staff that we weren't going to discuss the personnel policy till January and then changing your mind, that wasn't just a misunderstanding, like an email thread that went unanswered, like how I emailed you guys 3 weeks ago and you just straight up ignored me. You said we would discuss it in January. You lied. You're a liar. Beth pointed it out multiple times. You don't care. Then we pushed through this personnel policy that's riddled with errors, taking away stuff from staff, merit increase, COLA. Every time one of the good trustees proposed something, you guys would say, oh, Hannah looked over it. She looked it over. She's a lawyer, so we don't need to go through it. But then when you guys want to take something out, oh yeah, we should strike that out. Yep, we're going to change that. But I thought Hannah looked everything over. If Hannah looked everything over and she can't even figure out that you wrote pup dated, like, what lawyer is this? And also, she's not a trustee, so stop using her as an excuse to push through these agendas that you have against staff. We also don't care that you gotta work 18-hour days at your job. We don't have to do that today. We come in 40 hours a week. You think Erin doesn't stay late pretty much every day in our office? She doesn't have to do that. Jen does crafts at home because she's alone in the children's department. And the person that they refused the job because of you guys. Your behavior. And your behavior tonight was not an aberration. It's every meeting. Jan's yelling at everybody. We have Christine on the phone. She hasn't been to a meeting in 3 meetings. Why is she even on the phone? Nothing makes sense. Why is Moira suing the town council? Is that not a huge liability for all of the trustees? I don't understand. You're trying to save taxpayer money by cutting our cost of living raise and our merit, when meanwhile Moira is suing the town. How much taxpayer money is that? How much taxpayer money, my money that I pay in taxes, is used for this lawyer that then you use to grind your political axe on us? It's disgusting. And you four should be ashamed of yourselves.
Next. Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
I second. Want to just second it? Whoever seconded it.
Everyone agree?
All in favor, say
All
aye.
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much,
I
everyone.
apologize.